Hello everyone, welcome for another day of Koto development. See how this one goes. Should actually see if I could clean up some of the stuff it was doing to my... See, did it actually critic get ignored? Did. Not everything in it. Let's not have it play this one immediately. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started. So, first thing I did was, let's see if task works itself. We had copied this over, this SD-Bus Gen desktop from my BD Labs, my Budgie Daemon Labs project. So when we start plugging in D-Bus bits, we could do that already. We don't have to... I actually should add it to my cmake before I get too crazy, but we'll have to remember that when we start integrating D-Bus things. That's going to be a bit from now, I think. But I added the task file, so I have a way of doing the setup and cook desktop now. So it'll just trigger that. And I don't have anything that'll actually launch Koto. I kind of wish that I did. But theoretically, if I have Kitty here, so I could just run it here. You can see we started trying to get this drawer to work without there's like a double separator that I think the Kirigami drawer was heading. And quite like that. So we need to see about fixing that. The created graphical object was not placed in the graphic scene. It was a home page. We check that. It's just referencing this page and it says blah, but it is here. And if I shrink this down all the way, you can see we have this. We're switching pages, but I don't think it should really be a dedicated page, but rather we should have like a root component and then have the pages within that stack. At least it's my line of thinking, because I don't want to have to be pressing the back button. I'd rather have something like, for example, well, I haven't shrunk this down actually, so let's see what they do. Okay, so they also have it as a back button. Fair enough. Interestingly enough, I can't go further back than that. Is a bit interesting. So I can't navigate back to that. Oh, I'm guessing it's because, right. It's a little silly to show the navigate back button when you don't actually have anything to navigate back to. But this was suggested as a reference. Is mark note. Since they do a similar thing. So basically we could take a look at what they're doing. They have a nice collapsing thing here. If I compare it to what we're doing, actually turn music. It's not maybe something like that. Anyways. As a reference for how to implement the drawer, let's actually do that. We compare it to old Koto. I have a screenshot up here. I was just thinking that, like, what would it look like in a collapsed view? And I'm not, like, I guess if you take the time to actually define the cover image for all your unique playlists that you want to create, then I could see that being helpful. Or I could see it being useful to have it be collapsible. But I don't I don't know, like what did they do when it's collapsible? I shrink this down. So they collapse it to basically have just say the name of the notebook. But if we create a new notebook, here we have it be really long. Hey, Winnie. And we call it super long notebook name. So it just ellipsizes. I don't think this is really useful, to be honest. Like I get they want to be able to have you set an icon, which opens up this select icon option. And maybe that is like the better way that they want you to identify it as opposed to the name. But I think for our use case, we probably won't have a collapse option. It'll probably just be this. In that case, I guess this is just their menu opening command, so it's just a hamburger menu. Preparing for budgie rewrite. We are not. Of course, we're not going to comment on any sort of toolkits, but no, this is for a personal project, of course. And the intent and why I chose Qt for this personal project is because I want the application to be available across Plasma Mobile and Selfish OS. Of course, the Selfish OS implementation has to use Qt6, but I've set up the project in a way where this entire desktop cmake bit is the only part that actually requires Qt6 and ECM and all that. So we could have a Selfish OS implementation. So I would expect that sort of the engine-y bits, maybe there'll be some that require KF, I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see. I don't know exactly what the distribution, how you would go about distributing that for the purposes of Selfish, assuming you even can. But there's all that to contend to for playback management and that kind of stuff. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. It could be that there's such a substantial difference that it doesn't make much sense to actually have it be in the same repo. But we'll find out. But for now, at the very least, all this Qt6 stuff is defined in the desktop folder here. And then if I go to the root cmake, is this. You can see it's very minimal, so we just add the desktop repo. What is the status of Qt6 and Selfish? As far as I'm aware, Silica is the biggest blocker, which is a massive blocker given it's their entire UI component library. At least that was what was told to me when I asked that question. Because believe it or not, there were other people that knew roughly of my intent to port to Qt6 for Koto beforehand. And you can at least see I'm consistent in my responses here. So if I go to this, I need to add more music to. I already played. Wow, the rhythm box shuffle is really terrible. That's one thing I really got right in my implementation of shuffle. But anyways, so I had asked, what is the situation with it? And as you could see, I got some replies. So somebody had mentioned immediately that there's no Qt Insight. Best you could do is Qt 5.5 via Chum, and Chum is their third-party repository. Someone mentioned that there's been lots of packages upgraded, but for Silica, no. Seems like anything beyond 5.16 is going to be a pain because we have a bunch of custom patches for the camera and video support in Qt Multimedia. And then these were basically the two useful answers, and then everything else was just people bitching and getting off the rails. But the TLDR is it doesn't seem like it's going to be happening anytime soon. I had mentioned that you would have expected that Selfish OS 5, because it's a new major version, right, of Selfish, that they would have taken the opportunity then to bump it to Qt6. But they haven't. And when was Qt6 originally released? Let's see. May 2021. So they've had over 3 years now to do any sort of porting work had they actually wanted to. So that's a bit unfortunate. And that's just when 6.0 was formally released. I'm sure there was plenty of stuff dating back, you know, a year or two if I had to guess. So, oh well. We'll have to see where that goes. Let's see. Oh, we're gonna switch back to this. So yeah, I'm not gonna do a collapsible menu, but I think what we will do is have a Kirigami, that Kirigami page. If I go back to, where was I even taking a look at? I think somebody had mentioned Kirigami dot page. Maybe it's somewhere else. A good old hamburger menu. Might have been in here. I think you could define certain properties. I doubt that they've fixed the page thing since yesterday. If I had to guess. If I could even find the damn thing. I didn't close any tabs. Okay, you could literally see I have duplicates here. I'm gonna close those. Oh, actually the drawer one might have been useful. Damn. Drawers here. We have actions. But are those actions? That's the inline drawer. They have a header, so we could add the search there. Let me do that. We were debating what to do with this search. They call it a Kirigami search field. So here they actually have a reference of what it is. So kirigami.search field. We're not going to mess with the layout. We'll have placeholder text. I'm not sure we even need that. Probably not. So it's... right. I changed it from the Kirigami drawers to the Qt one. You change that back. It's going to be a Kirigami drawer. We're going to set modal to false, which is already defined actually down here. And then we're going to set header as the Kirigami search field. Which I could probably just copy paste like so. I'm the one who wrote most of the tutorial. Yeah, I would say that the Kirigami tutorials are probably the best ones, to be honest, to actually even get into Qt development. So thank you for that. Trying to base it off of Qt docs itself is like, well, not great. It almost feels like they don't want people to use Qt, because they don't just have like a hello world. At least when I checked, if they do have one, they're terrible at organizing their docs, because I couldn't just find a basic hello world of like how to actually start doing Qt stuff. What do Q string, like what are Q strings and all their other fancy Q objects, and like the documentation around QML isn't like super amazing. It's just it is what it is. So they have action. These API docs are complete. Yeah, except when you... Let me see. If I click... Actually, if I click on this. Yeah, so if I click here, there are going to be, for example, if I click application window. Yeah. Yeah, this is so we were talking about this yesterday as well. I'm not gonna like dive into it. Like I know that they're in a semi-broken work in progress state at the moment. It is what it is. Kirigami action. So these are, they define those. So we would want to generate our Kirigami actions. So we would probably want, like if we take a look here. I assume we could probably just return an array of those components. So we would have like a home, audiobooks, all that kind of stuff. I haven't really figured out, because we have a reference to Kirigami page here. How would we provide a parameter to our component? For example, if I wanted to reference the main, or provide a function to the component of, you know, what to do. I guess you probably have to define these component signals or something. Let's see. QML component signals. Maybe they're called signals. I think that's what they're called in Qt, right? Yeah, signals. But can we find one where like you pass in QML? Pass in something like a function. Because my idea is you would want to, if I show this, you know, you have your nav here, this is a different view. You click on like audiobooks, and because this is a separate component that's within this main view, we would want it where clicking this would then invoke the loading of the page, or swapping to the page if it's already in the page stack or something of that sort. See, how would we do that? Getting a little ahead of myself, but if I'm adding components in, for example, like if I have to add a home page one here, actions, like a Kirigami action, and I would immediately want this to be like a function here for a function get actions or something. And I know that we can't have arrow functions, which is real disappointment. Yes, actually that would be fine. The on triggered though, it is on triggered. Right. So this would be like home. You would have icon.name as probably, I don't think it's go home, it might just be home. Do I have anything installed for icon viewing? Cute icon view. Winnie, what was the one that you're showing Evan for icons? Name. Missing the colon there. We have that. Let's just preemptively add these. This is, so it says it's a Kirigami action. I'm curious, can these actions just be... Reminds me of the time when we decided to go with Qt widgets instead of QML because the docs were not helpful. This was back in 2016, I think. It was in a high school project. An audio tag editing app, yeah. Shame I'm so far removed from this kind of development now. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen your face. I knew you popped into a couple of my Twitch streams, I think, just accidentally when you were like browsing Twitch or something. Kind of funny. Let's see, why is this? This is busted. Anyways, sorry, just go back. It's fine. What was my question? What was the application that you had showed Evan for getting what available icon names there are for like Qt or something? Because I could install like one for GTK, but I don't think that's going to be helpful because I think there could be a mismatch between those. So still subscribe to your YouTube channel. Yeah. Cuttlefish. All right, thanks. F5 search cuttlefish. Actually, let's just assume it's installed. Plasma SDK on Fedora? Because if you're providing me instructions for like Arch or something, it's not be helpful. Plasma SDK. Oh no, not DNF. No, I meant DNF5. Ah. DNF. Alright, well that thing is gonna run for about 20 years, so let's see if this one does. There's something going on with the loading repos that is insanely slow. Still haven't bothered to fix it. Same package name as Fedora. Alright, you could at least cancel this. So DNF5 install Plasma SDK. Weird installing so much Plasma stuff on my system, and I'm not a Plasma developer or a KDE dev. Polluting my beautiful Budgie install with this. It's not really polluting, but you know, it's like when you're mixing Qt and GDK stuff, it's always kind of funny. They don't exactly get along, those two. Let's see. Well, in the meantime, I want to take a look at, so we have actions here. What are actions allowed to be? If we take a look at the API docs here. List T action. Is that just list type action? Well, actions can have a tree structure. A depth bigger than 2 is discouraged. So when they have a tree structure of, let's see, Kirigami.action. Let's look at the Kirigami action. Okay, specify children. You mark it as expandable. You're not just the only Budgie dev with KDE Plasma stuff installed for what's worth. You know, you're not wrong. I know Evan does. Campbell does as well. We all have varying forms of Qt and KDE stuff because you know Evan's been experimenting with it, and then Campbell of course has Waycheck for those that aren't aware, and Waycheck is pretty dope. I mean, technically, I actually have the desktop installed as well. Because when I was installing like SDDM, like the SDDM Plasma theme or something, it literally pulled in Plasma Desktop. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I have it installed now. I'm not gonna switch over to it. For context, for those that are wondering like what I'm on about, we've been porting Budgie over to Wayland. That's probably not news to anybody here. Yeah, well, maybe to Cyber. But not to everyone else, I guess. Cuttlefish, here we go. Icon Explorer. Let's see if it launches. Cool, it's, you know, the theming is broken as one would expect, but let's see, what was it that what was the thing that theme that Joey wanted me to do for setting? It was it wasn't setting an environment variable, it was loading it in the actual application itself. Anyways, to get back on track, we've been porting Budgie Desktop over to Wayland, and the first thing that I wanted to do was like I was getting layer shell stuff to work, and I did get that implemented, and the way I was testing it was through Quinn. So no, it's not SDDM itself that pulls in KDE Plasma. It's the SDDM Plasma theme. Big difference. We want home, which is going to be, so that Akanadi, can we just have, they call it GDK home. I have to like, go dash home. Okay, I guess it is just go dash home. We'll move that off to the side. So I was first testing all this stuff under Quinn. Some of the stuff worked. There's some protocols that are missing, but that's to be expected given their WLR1, so there isn't really a reason for the Plasma peeps to implement those. Icon name will be go-home. Needs to package more SDDM themes. True. So we'll have this. That's broken, but I'm gonna assume that it actually works. And then this is gonna be audiobooks, right? Audiobooks. And this is actually going to be expandable. True. We're gonna have a heart, symbolic, or maybe a book. Is there a book symbolic? Address book. Book reader. That's a good one. But is there a book reader symbolic? Let's see. Filter. Cannot filter by color scheme. This book. That's can I not filter by symbolics? Symbolic. I mean, I guess I could do it this way, but I was just hoping that I could still search for a book reader. Book reader. The book reader is only a pretty icon. That's unfortunate. Book. Could be address book. That's a little weird. Bookmark is an option. We'll go with bookmark for now. Maybe I could prod one of the KDE peeps to implement a bookmark symbolic. Let's see. Oh yeah, if I change it to thanks. Great. It doesn't fix these. But oh, if I change it to wait, why does it works for some, but others here just let me restart the app. It's probably just because of that icon, because they've already been rendered in probably. Oh, it doesn't save it. All right, we'll just change it to this. Oh well, let's see, bookmark. Some icon themes might have missing icons. Well, yeah, I mean, ain't that a fact? That's always a problem. For those cases, we'll just ship. We'll just ship our own. I mean, yeah, podcasts. Yeah, actually, I don't want it to be that. For those that are wondering, like, oh my god, it's magical type complete. I think it's because right now I have it hooked up to GitHub Copilot, so it's actually useful. I still need to go through the process of setting up. I think it's called the IBEX or something, like for Intel GPU accelerated LLM stuff. Because I have gotten LLM bits to work through OpenLlama. I have my own prompt engineered LLM. Never experienced the icon labels not syncing. Filtering and then removing filter maybe forces. Yeah, let's see. If I go ASDF, right there. Now it's actually more broken. If I go classic, ASDF, yes, clear. Yeah. It's alright though. Like if the icon doesn't like speak to, like I could look at the icon and be like, you know, I'm not really interested. And then if I click on it, then I could, well, you see now it's showing, yeah, whatever. Inconsistencies. This is what you get when you mix GDK stuff. Podcasts. Is there, that's iPod, kind of funny. Library podcast. Podcast Amarok. I mean, I don't really like the fact that this podcast Amarok won. Like, I guess it's probably just RSS. Yeah, we'll just go application-RSS plus XML-symbolic. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? And of course, it wouldn't copy because I think I have Clipboard Manager running. Copy name to clipboard. Let's see. Do I have Clipboard Manager running somewhere? Doesn't look like it. Kill all Pac9 clipboard sync. Oh, if I spelled it correctly. Oh my god. That's not running. So, oh, but it needs to run because I forget it's so seamless, this being within a compositor, a nested compositor, that I almost forget sometimes. If I copy that, yeah, now it should copy it a few times. There we go. All right, but we want both of these. We'll fill it out later. I just want to see these Kirigamis in action. Actually, this one should be music. Music, which is probably just be audio. Oh no, there was the music note. Emblem, yeah, emblem music symbolic. Emblem dash music symbolic. Yeah, podcast, and then playlist. This is the one that we're gonna want to generate the contents of. So playlist. And add a to do here. To do generate list of playlists. We have icon names here, but if I had to guess, if I went to Kirigami actions, we have separators. So it says visible, visible children, expandable. So let's read up on the expandable. And let's see. Property sets whether this action becomes a title, displaying its child actions as a sub-items in global drawers and context drawers. So we're gonna want that, and then we're gonna probably not have to have on triggered for literally any of these, except I guess technically for the home one. And then we'll have children defined for those. Actually, for now, let me revert back. Let's copy this. We'll just call this home triggered. I know I'm sure you all are getting triggered at home. About all this. Let's see. I go here. So for audiobooks, we're probably just gonna have a local library. We're not gonna have the Audible and LibriVox integration immediately. As I like to suspect, a Q style issue might be a Q platform theme issue. Yeah, well, you know, there was that whole like Q platform theme GNOME stuff that actually worked, and then the GNOME people got all pissy about it, and then they killed the project. Q platform GNOME. Q GNOME platform. This beautiful thing. So that was a real shame, because back when I actually used it, things integrated well and they didn't clash. And now they get to clash. That definitely encourages me to use GDK applications, right? Now you're probably thinking, but wait, if it breaks the cute ones, surely then you wouldn't want to use the cute ones. You see, the cute people, the KDE people, they actually care about platform themes and desktop theming and making things look consistent and not break. Or if they do break, then actually fixing it because they care. But the GDK people, on the other hand, do not. So expected a token on line 20. Okay, we need the comma separate these, which makes sense because it's an array. Oh, do I have to do it for this declarative bits here? Expected line, that's on line 20. Maybe I do. Let's check. X. When it says it'd be great if it was possible to integrate Kvantum or whatever into Budgie for cute theming. Yeah, I mean, it's just, as you know, we want to kill off Budgie 10 as soon as possible. The less that we have to work on it, the better. We just want to finish it all up and focus on Budgie 11. So spending extra time doing theming integration, like, it doesn't really make any sense. They say show passive notification. What am I missing? So it says line 20, right? On primary nav. Kirigami action. If we take a look, we have actions. We're returning this Kirigami action. You specify text, that icon name colon, that colon. It was missing color scheme palettes for KDE. Well, maybe for the KDE stuff. I remember maybe it wasn't Qt6 platform, but there was another library that I used, or some other intermediate, where it used the like various properties from GDK to determine at the very least what theme it should use. I don't quite remember exactly how it worked, but what it meant was that like applications like Qt notes actually looked decent out of the box without a bunch of work having to be done by the Qt notes dev. That's the application I remember the most. Shortcut. The Y. Let me open up, as much as I hate to say it, Q Creator. See if it actually works this time, or if it decides to show my entire file system. No, it actually, oh my god, it's working. Just it needed to think on its life for a little bit, you know? Don't we all sometimes? Expected token. Do you want a token here? That doesn't make any sense. Expected token comma. I mean, it's an array, right? We're returning an array. It's like how you normally would, right? It's not gonna be too complicated. Can we not do it declarative this way? It must be. It must be able to. Let's take a look at the markdown code, or mark note code. Easiest way, funnily enough, is me opening up the flat hub and then going to links here, then invent.kde. So if we go to their QML, probably gonna be notebooks. Well, we'll open up main. They have a stateful. A little bit of a typo there. Stateful. Stateful app. They're actually rename it stateful to stateful. Okay. Kirigami add-ons though. Well, actually, I'm gonna have to check out those Kirigami add-ons. That was something I think was mentioned earlier in yesterday's stream. But I haven't really taken a look at that. Application. We have a page stack, so they have their global title bar, column view, resize mode. Right, so here they're doing their logic of if it's greater than a certain minimum width. And I'm not sure what the column mode delayed means, but. And if we're over a greater amount of depth, then show fixed columns, otherwise show the single column. But what I want to see. Is they have Kirigami action, then they have connections, target app. So do these make it app wide? Application app. Oh. So this is how you would do it. So you'd have like on new notebook, right? As a connection. But how would you fire that off? Let's see. Let's search their code. I'm curious. Not exactly what I was looking for, but what I appreciate is just QML is rather readable. So it's only defined there. Interesting. Fill the window. Mobile, you do that. I'm not going to focus too much on the mobile stuff yet. I want to see their Kirigami actions. Let's see, they have it as a controls menu. But are they using, they have a bottom drawer. They're using a repeater. It's Doug an item. They, I guess, iterate over their notebooks model. That's how they generate those. They have this rounded item delegate, which I assume is giving this light radius. I expand that. Oh, so that clips out a little bit funny. They should probably fix that ellipse sizing, right? Dude, so that's how they're generating this, and this they're generating statically. That menu, and then they have another. Okay. Maybe I just can't do it this way. Wonder if I just throw it in. Oh, yeah, actually. This is it. Get actions. Still complaining about that. What am I trying to do? So, switch back to Z so it's a little bit easier to see. What I want to do is have this basically be programmatically generated, this sidebar here, which is my primary navigation, at least programmatically generated in the sense that I want to have statically defined items, and then, for example, the playlist bits would be a separate array of all your personal playlists that would get merged in. So what I figured was, okay, well, if actions is just an array of Kirigami actions, then surely I could have a function called getActions that just returns an array of Kirigami actions, and for now, and then just, you know, have this to do item for the playlist bit. But if complaints, if I compile it on line 19 of it missing a comma, even though like I've compared it, maybe I'm missing something obvious. Comparing it to this, you can see we have a Kirigami action here, right? And then there's a comma separated between these two items, and this item and this item. There isn't a trailing one, there's no trailing on that, so I know, you know, QML doesn't require that items have trailing commas. We have onTriggered, like that's just a normal function. We have icon name, like that's the same as well. It's quoted. The items don't have commas after them, like here, the attributes, whatever they're called. So it seems like it's maybe just not liking the fact that, do I need to have a comma or a semicolon after this? Nope. Don't need to do that, it seems. It's like it's not operating. It's like this whole pseudo, try setting the array directly to the property. Yeah, let's see if maybe it doesn't want to do that. Oh my god, did it. Make copy. This. And we'll comment this out and see if it just doesn't like being in a function. Yeah, it just doesn't like, oh, that's a real pain in the ass. So I'm guessing I'll have to do it as like a model or something. And then generate based off the model. Which I think is similar to what the MarkNote people are doing with the model as well. Like this notebooks model. Storage path, config storage. Almost like a list view here with the, I think they had as a repeater. But of course it's, they're doing something with the drawer content. Whereas I'm doing it with this inline drawer with actions. Let's just see what this looks like to begin with. Because it might not be what I want. Let me close this out. Kirigami drawer is not a type. Oh, right, because it's called global drawer. But then you set modal, I think. Well, that looks like something. Doesn't fill up the entire column. But of course it is within a Kirigami page, which isn't really necessary, I don't think. We drop this. Is we have this page stack. Set the default page to primary nav. I don't think that's really gonna work after I do this because it's not a page. I feel like I would have to have a root page that then has the page stack within it or something. No, that it actually work. It's not expanding to the parent height. It's that parent dot height. I don't know if that's gonna work. No, shit, it did actually work. Nice. And this would be the search. Why is home? Why does home look different? I guess because all the others are expandable. So if we add children, they're probably not actual children. Kirigami teacher. They are children. And then they would themselves be that. So if we go back. Kind of focusing on the wrong parts of this application at the moment, but I kind of just want to visually see what it would look like. It'd be a local library. Wouldn't have this. Kirigami. Then we would have that. And actually, this is something we don't want a child in this one. We want here. Of course, if the clipboard sync actually copied things in the clipboard, that'd be great. And we're gonna want radio as well. Radio. Let's see. So this is podcast and playlist. Playlist. We're gonna have. It might be that heart symbolic. Let's see if there's a nice playlist. No, I don't want it to be this icon. Well, this is the correct one. On music playlist symbolic. Playlist symbolic. And then this is where we would have our generated actions, presumably in some sort of model. Podcasts will want library. Discover, find new podcasts. We won't do anything with audiobooks for now. And then this will want an odd triggered. It'll be music, local library. Radio, here we're gonna want untriggered. Podcast library. That's good. Binding loop detected. Well, that doesn't sound like my problem. Failed on 52. Failing comma, I think. Did it? Yeah, okay, so home, for some reason that has a different icon size. Wait, why is audiobooks the one that has a large size? And playlist also does as well. What the? Why? Play component. So we would actually be able to display custom. That might be the way of doing the playlist really needed. Text. So what is this? It's a QQC2 action. That's gonna be what Qt quick controls 2 dot action. So if we do all the way up. QML type, I think. Like quick controls. Okay. Checkable icon cache. Oh, you could even set the color in line. That's nice. Shortcut for a color sequence. Yeah, toggled and triggered. And text as a string there. Which, yes, I know I have it all defined not using QSTR. Not a translatable string. I'm a bit puzzled as to why these are different sizes, so the text sizing is consistent. Is there a way we could set list all inherited? That's just inherited from Qt object. Email change style of and we define style. Quick style environment. I mean, that's the entire theme. That's not what I want. UML styling. We can define our own custom components. Icon coloring is the equivalent to KDE. Productive and suggested action. Port property. But what if I want to just do it on an existing object? I can't seem to do that. I think it's because these are expandable. This one isn't either. Expandable, true. Oh, it is. If I set children, we'll just have some dummy ones for now. just to see what happens. Yeah, so when there's children, it changes that. I guess because it wants to style this more as like a header. Also not collapsible, let's fix that. I can't say I'm the biggest fan of it forcing those styles on me. I get like that's the whole point of things like Kirigami is to ensure there's a degree of consistency, but if I as a developer can't override it, that's a little annoying. See, I've just so much. Here we go. Right, expandable separators. We do probably want separators because that separator in between the items. His action has okay, separator action. Sure. Let's actually add those in. We want probably separators between. See how that looks. Visible children are these children that are always going to be visible. Holds the actions visible children. Expandable. Is it that I have to have a custom display component that then changes to whether or not it's collapsed in order to actually allow it to be collapsible? What about mark note? Oh, well, mark note's a bad example. They don't do any of that. It may just be that I'm just using the wrong component entirely. Like I might want this, but then have content be holds items underneath the actions. So it might be instead of actions, we want it to be custom components. Kirigami gallery. I get the feeling that's an app. Oh shit, I already installed it yesterday. Oh. Okay. So here we are. You have the Kirigami gallery. Open this up. This does the nested stuff this way. Okay. If we have a sidebar, cool, collapsible. Yeah, that looks about right. I think the collapsible one isn't the prettiest, but that's okay. Open layers. Up a layer, push a layer. Okay. Go back. Oh. This is how it looked like with nested actions. Yeah, well, I mean, I could see how it looks like with the nested actions. I have them this. Like, this is as deep as, like, in terms of nesting as I would go. Might be able to override styling CQSS, however, keep in mind everything Kirigami has. Keep in mind everything Kirigami has a QML front end, so find the QML. So, non-scrollable pages. Tingle, right? Like, we want actions drawers, total top, inline top. But this seems to be how they want to do that. I guess this would be the content as well. Our world page, so that's great. Where are the tabs? Oh, they were down at the bottom, being masked by the other thing. Right. Oh, you guys are so close to having a header bar. You know, if you just use navigation tab bar plus window decorations. Wonderful. Tab bar this way, which, well, those are tabs, yeah, for sure. Text field. Yeah, those are text fields, so you have a search one. Inline messages. Yep, those look like inline messages. With, I mean, I would have way more padding than this. I don't know why everything is so condensed here. Colors, metrics. Action tab bar. Yeah, I mean, all these look familiar. I mean, it's nice to see them in the gallery. Overlay sheet. What about it? This. Nice. We would probably want to use an overlay sheet for some of our UI bits, like creating a new playlist. Yeah, I think it's just what I'm looking for in the sidebar isn't really just achievable just with Kirigami actions, or at least it's non-obvious to me doing so in a programmable way with, for example, the generating list, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I am so far in the weeds of like all this UI stuff that I kind of need to like take a step back from all of it and start actually implementing, well, non-UI bits, you know, the things that actually are responsible for providing me the content that I actually need. And then figuring out a way of serving that to over QML. So maybe we should circle to working on that instead, instead of just having a bunch of filler components that aren't going to be useful yet. So what we're going to want to do is probably, I don't think I have Baloo itself installed, because otherwise I would have Baloo. Oh no, I have Baloo Cuddle. Okay, so I have Baloo search as well. I want to search for a type. Can I search for anything that's audio related? Let's see. Type of data being searched. Audio / R. Query. I really want to just query anything. We'll just search for. It's possible I haven't had to index anything because I wouldn't have had anything that would trigger it. Super lo-fi. Yeah, okay. Baloo CTL 6. We're going to enable it. Status. Baloo index cannot be opened. Great. Why? Can I have it resume? Could I monitor? Did it index stuff? Baloo query, so we're gonna want to do like an audio file. And the only reason why, if you're wondering why I'm even doing it like this, it's because I want to check /etcxcg. auto start. Rep Balu. No Balu. I mean, I wouldn't expect Balu to auto start because it's not Plasma, you know. But I would expect that I would be able to manually start it. Is it a system server? System CPL. Status. Balu. I finally call to wake up Balu there. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not on Plasma. I don't have anything that would be using Balu. But I would expect that when I start it manually. Is it even running? Balu. No. Okay. In order to search using, yeah, I don't need to learn how to search. I just want to start the damn thing. Because it does search, like, it does use K-file metadata, all that kind of stuff, which is want to see. I just want my music to be indexed so I could start building the plugin for leveraging Balu. Like it's just a background process. A Balu file, no arguments. Well, I don't have Balu underscore file. So indexing enabled. So let's see. Key is old. This is old doc as well. Plasma 5 stuff. Only take place on restarting the Balu underscore file process. With disable and then enable. I mean, I could try disabling it arbitrarily. CL6. And then enabling it. And then, but if I do a status, it just says it cannot be opened. Balu index not to be opened. May need to remove it manually. We try checking the permissions. I mean, I don't expect to actually have anything here, but let's find out. We could copy it. Or not copy it. Chmod it. Chmod techr. 7. Local share. In KF5 it was blue underscore file, right? Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't seem like it is here. Alright, it doesn't seem to really exist, so share Balu. Tech RF. Enable. Status. What the fuck? Heck. Word search. You enable Qt logging rules. Run it manually. Well, that didn't help at all. My system, it's user. Oh, it might be under that. Yeah, thanks, user libexec KF6 / Balu. How do I have Balu CTL but not Balu underscore file? Yeah, it wasn't in libexec. Is it being separated for some reason? File in. Is this subpack? Baloo underscore file. There is an auto start here. That's for the desktop file. It's in dash file. I don't think I get the feeling I don't have that installed. RPM UA grab Baloo. No. So why would you have an ability to install Baloo so you have the command, all the command stuff, it just can't do anything? Like what what is the point in that? Oh my gosh. Well, while it's doing, do we summon yeah, do we summon the Neil to answer it? Do I shake my fist in the Fedora Qt6 and be like, why? Why did you make this non-obvious to me? Oh, look, are they actually putting in KDE4 binder? So maybe it does exist. It's just not in. Hold on. Slash user libexec kf. I don't have a KF4, so did they just call it KF4 but they never actually renamed the. Why is this? It's probably a RPM macro. KDE macros. That's from 2014. So in theory, it would be in user bin. So I think that's what it means. Well, in the meantime, let us see about Baloo. It's a tier 3, so it's gonna pull in a fair bit of things. I don't really want it to be mandatory, but I wonder if there's a trivial way I could do that, of only actually requiring it. Well, let's do find package. Let's not worry about all that. Just worry about the Baloo part, and then once we've crossed that bridge, we will figure out a way of separating it out so we don't actually require it. It would be important. Find package kf6 Baloo, and then we'll want our target link libraries where we have kf6 Baloo, like so. It's done installing it. What? Can't find it. What if we just install Baloo? What do you mean you can't find it? God, I hate spec. Like, we have a package. It's called Baloo, right? We have a package within that called file. Surely it's Baloo-file. I was talking to them about this with the meta package for, I think, Qt6, and they're like, oh yeah, it's not being generated. If it's not being generated, why define it? So I wonder if it's the same situation here. Is it just not being built? Can we check Koji? It shouldn't be this difficult, I have to say. Relang, probably this one. That doesn't seem right. I mean, maybe it just doesn't get updated all that often. I don't know. Blue libs. Okay. Maybe we just can't get it to work with Baloo. We'll just try installing Baloo itself, which I would have expected that I have installed, but maybe it's because it's KF6 Baloo. I'm gonna cancel this. I get the feeling maybe it's that instead of just Baloo. Let's take a look at their spec. Devel on file, okay. I do not have KF6 Baloo installed. We'll try that. Personally, I mean, I guess it's a nice way of avoiding rename, so maybe it is for the best that it's defined as Q. It's the KF6 stuff specifically. And then it would Baloo file 6 as well. We'll see if installing this actually works. If it does, then I have to question for what purpose is it separated out. Meantime, while that's figuring its life out, let us go up here to Baloo. Also, I don't want these to be grouped. I turn off the grouping. Let's see. Sideberry. Have auto group turned off. You manually, let's see. I suppose out of curiosity in the meantime, do you manually set any environment variables for Qt? No, I don't. Blue CTL. All right, now I do enable. Ah, oh look, now it's doing stuff. Who would have expected? Oh, wow. All right, I'm gonna ask if there's a specific reason. Your key. Is there a specific reason why KF6 Baloo file indexing? So this would be what KF6. Actually, what's it called? It's called Baloo file 6. Is not just in KF6 Baloo. Seemed a bit pointless. I'm seeing if it's actually, it looks like maybe it's already finished indexing. As long as the terminal runs. Yeah, that's fine. It seems a bit pointless to have the ability to install a Baloo that seemingly can't do anything. It's a bit puzzling. Tried to start it. Index files locally for development, and it just provided Non-helpful. Just non-helpful message, wasn't it? Or not. Right. Well, okay. I mean, so it looks like I didn't have to actually, so if I check the status, it's idle. Okay. So now if I finally do what I wanted to, which is searching super lo-fi, yeah, look at that. Fantastic. That was very fast, which is probably to be expected because it's probably just storing it in a database and then querying the database. If I check Baloo CTL 6, can I get information on a given file? Let's see, Baloo show is probably what it is. Let's see, how does this work? File, so we do, let's copy this. For lo-fi world. Yes, fantastic. It shows exactly what I would want it to show. Of course, like it's not going to show any properties that don't exist, for example, like genre and whatever else, but that's perfectly fine. It is at least having artist. Yep, artist is there, so that's the most important part. So relies on K file metadata, which is what we were thinking about pulling in, of course, to begin with. So not recommend to package it. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not going to be using Windows or Mac OS 10. Build instructions. What I want to see is how do I integrate with Baloo? Developers, build instructions, API. Here we go. So when we want to build our, we'll have a desktop. Let's see. Always have to hunt around for it because it icon doesn't show up. One when it's in a nested compositor, but it doesn't seem to work on the Wayland session anyways. For Z, so we have home page. We are gonna want under desktop a, not really an indexer. It's more, should I have this actually in the top level? Probably not. I would probably want the mobile variant to have its own. I get the feeling the more and more I work on this, the less and less it's actually going to be feasible to have everything within the same mono repo. So we'll have this under desktop, I guess. We'll have Datalake is what we'll call it. And in Datalake, we want to have basically, it seems a little redundant actually to have her own way of indexing the content on top of it. So I guess we would still want our own database. So that would be using the SQLite 3, sure. And we could take a look at that, the Q SQLite stuff again when we're ready for that. I just want to see about integrating into Baloo directly. I will say just having the API docs isn't terribly helpful. Like, I'm not expected to be handheld, but it would be nice if, like, as a developer, you go to one of these KDE frameworks like Baloo, and there's just a very bare bones, like, hello world, here's how you integrate in with, like, finding files or something. Instead, I need to look at the functions. So we just have some operator overloads. Have some stuff here, which I'm not sure how much this will be useful. file path.id. I imagine that probably will be useful. Let's see. But what I want to, we have query. I guess we create a new query title. Let's see, from JSON. No. Query class is the central class to query to search for files. That's a little redundant. Just be to query for files or to search for files. But anyways, this class has inbuilt parser, which recognizes words along with and or. Right. I mean, I would be literally just searching for all music though, in a given folder probably. Yeah, include folder. So we would probably want it to be from let's see. Is there an example? What would be a good example of something that uses Baloo? Any of you KDE people know? I guess Dolphin probably uses Baloo, or does it use Akonadi? Akonadi have it? No, because that's PIM stuff. That's not helpful either. I just want to create a basic query that goes back to this. A class list. Dolphin and Elisa. Ah, yes, I will take a look at Elisa then. Invent Elisa. So relatable. The basically only Python 3 bindings for Flatpak or Hell and have documentation, but no sample demo. Yeah. All right, let's search for Baloo. No, not fucking translations. I don't want to have to go to page 90 for translations to avoid translations. Please, for the love of God. What? Is that the only place? How can it integrate with Baloo without... Hold on. There's no... Extension : CPP. Maybe it's just called Baloo underscore extension. Nothing. There ain't shit. Let's see, source. Let's see, make file. I just want to see Baloo. No Baloo. I mean, I believe you. I believe that it integrates with it. It's just, you know, I did a search and you saw what I saw. Yeah, but the thing is, like, there's only 3 pages here. It's only these translation files. And it's just for disabling the indexer. Hold on, let's see. Notification does not allow discovery of your music. Oh, they removed it. Oh, that's awkward, ain't it? Oh no. Why? What's wrong with you KDE people using frickin' Bugzilla? You have GitLab here. It's great. You have issue tracking in GitLab. Why do you hate yourselves? Why do you do this to yourselves? Go to history, I guess. Just gonna search for Baloo. I want to know why. Why did they remove Baloo? Is there something I don't know? We just search an old release. What, like, when did they remove? Here, they have at least Baloo in 23.08. Button on top right of code browser. Okay. Top right, code browser. I mean, top right code browser. Issue 521, or is it PR 521? I assume it's probably issue 52, PR 521. Let's see. Remove less code to maintain, less potential bugs for users, and less confusion. It was if Elisa were limited to being a Linux only, it probably would make sense to do the opposite and remove the internal indexer. Okay. I mean, so does it support? I'm guessing it supports like Mac OS or something. Like, what else does it? Where else would you run it? ESDs? Oh, yeah. Okay, so Elisa was literally doing the thing that isn't suggested that you do. Like, if I go to, or maybe it's because of them that it exists, but if I go to here, it does say we do not recommend. I mean, it says to package Baloo for Windows or OS 10, as they both offer their own file searching solutions. So, fortunately for me, I don't care about Windows or Mac OS, at least at this time. I do eventually plan on implementing our own internal indexer, but in the meantime, let's open up these bugs. See, are there any that are Linux related? Arch Linux, yeah. Album entries duplicate when moving folders to different places. Empty album entries don't get deleted. Inability to restore playlists. That's quite a lot of issues. Let's see. Yikes. All right. Maybe I shouldn't have used it. Doesn't recognize some files regardless of name and format. Still could be played from the files section. Other than doesn't seem to affect. By removing the fast indexer. Right. Okay, well. Recreates database. I have to restart the PC, MP3 invisible. Okay, so maybe doesn't pick it up on NTFS. Right. Okay. Well, that's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? Dolphin also supports Windows? Well, does Dolphin use Baloo under it? GitLab searches too. Hello. Of course. Baloo. Have Baloo. Because disabling it breaks its search. Nice. KF6, we're in Baloo packages. They are needed for the metadata features, including the information panel. Curious here. A Baloo. So if it was found, metadata found. Yeah, we'll definitely want metadata as well. But it doesn't seem like they're really conditionally doing it for, like, they're not doing it conditionally for Windows. Otherwise, it would be in a Win32 check. So you do seem to be right. They do seem to actually use Baloo under Windows as well. Well, it will be an option. Maybe we could focus on the Baloo integration first and then the internal indexing. I could work on porting over that afterwards, or we'll see how much of a pain in the butt this one is. On Windows, it just wouldn't be found. Right. That is true. Yeah, I suppose so. If you're compiling and you're not compiling KF6 on Windows as well as part of like the, yeah, or the pipeline or something. They don't seem to use Baloo there. I mean, again, I don't care about Windows, but yeah, I guess the whole point was like a, maybe I should go internal indexer. Settable the DB bits. That's what we'll focus on today. DB bits. The SQLite. No, it was part of. Here, I have Obsidian. Check here. Self-indexing, so we want to use standard recursive directory iterators to get our files themselves. And we'll want magic as well. But of course, what we could do is probably pipe it into K-file metadata. Dump CPP has been written. Yeah, I did take a look at that earlier. And then tag lift. Let's see. Good example here. Yeah. Yeah, so we would want the MIME type for it, and then if it's not an audio file, then we would ignore it. Then we would get the extractors and we would extract the metadata. So let us, I don't know how any of the QML bits or whatever are going to interface with everything else, but we have this. We're going to have our Datalake, call it indexer.cpp probably initially. That we have that. Let's compare it to what we had in old Koto. Extra. So we have our file indexer here. So we're indexing a folder. We are opening the directory. We are getting all the, we're reading it, and for each of those, we have a reference to the directory entry. We check if it is basically a hidden one or a reference to parent, self, etc. We combine that. I'm not sure how much of that we actually really need to do with the standard library on C++. But we'll find out, because I've never written an indexer in CPP. Why would I? Why would I have done that? I already had open. Let's move this all the way up. And here you get to see my absolute noobness when it comes to the legacy input director. What does this mean? Read from the pointed element. Only guarantee validity of single pass. Blue. Have standard recursive iterator. So we are going to want. Actually, do we want to start it on? So dexter.hp and let us reference. Probably not going to have it be a class, if I had to guess. Do I have F11? Oh, I do have it open here. Let's close this then. Test file. Open up our config. No, it's our dbus server. Dbus server. Just as a reference, yeah, so that's how you're defining it. So we'll define a new class. So it's going to be a class. We're going to have it be probably our file indexer. I don't really need it to be a public queue object, I don't think. I would do that. Public. So our file indexer is probably going to take in some sort of configurations. There's Qdir iterator. Is there? Qdir iterator. Let's see. You could use Qdir iterator to navigate entries of a directory one at a time. It's similar to Qdir entry listing. Entry info list entries one at a time instead of all at once. It scales better, is more suitable for large directories. But because it right, so thanks. I mean, I'm genuinely thanking you for this answer. I'm not thanking the cute gods for not knowing when to just wrap content. Entries one at a time, scales better, is more suitable for large directories, also supports listing directory contents recursively and following symbolic links. Oh, that's helpful. Unlike Qdir entry list, Qdir iterator does not support sorting. Don't care about that. Qdir iterator constructor takes Qdir as an argument or a directory as an argument. After construction, the iterator is located before first directory entry. Right, so while we have the next one, we get the next one as the directory. Right. Oh, very helpful. Not iterate in reverse order, that's fine. Does not allow random access, that's also fine. Yeah. I'm always surprised, like, I mean, I shouldn't be surprised that Qt has this sort of stuff. But I am surprised. Because I'm just so used to like, oh, okay, I'll need to take a look at something and, you know, like the standard recursive one. And no, it just, of course they would support this. I mean, they would probably have to support it given they want to support it across all platforms that Qt is available on. So they probably handle all these weird isms that you have related to various operating systems. So yeah, okay, so we might actually just be able to get away with using a Qt iterator. Here instead of the standard one. Let me document that. Right? It's important we document it. Let's see. Self-indexing Qt iterator. Qt iterator there. We're going to drop the details from that. Okay. We are going to want our file indexer. We're probably going to want each file indexer for each library that we would want. So we would want it to take in a standard string. Let's import include string, and this would be the root, right? And then I guess the destructor. Don't really need anything for it yet. This would probably want to, well, actually no, we'll include it in the operation itself. We're going to want a function for, yeah, I guess it may be an explicit index. And then, so this is probably not fine. As next, we would index, and then we would want to probably have a function for getting all the children. So I haven't really defined any of those yet. Our data lake for what that would actually look like for our files. So I guess the question is, would we want to, when we're reading and writing to the database, do we want to effectively have that be part of the, or using K-file metadata? Properties, extraction result. Like, would we want to construct an extraction result? Probably not. We'd probably just want to get that for the initial information and then return our structured. So you have indexer here. File.cpp. File.hpp. We'll call it indexed file or something. Have our no, that's not going to be correct at all, but thanks for trying. We're going to have information that we want. So this would be like the name of, well, basically all the metadata. I wonder if we should have class indexed file metadata. Find up here. Public text. We're going to want various properties of it as well, which are going to be, that's probably what protected. Yeah, let me ask the good old Copilot. Fine, public, etc. in copies. I would want an internally writable, externally read only property. Objects are protected. They are accessible from within the class itself. By derived, yeah, protected. They are not accessible from the outside of the class hierarchy. Private. We want private value, and then a getter that just returns it, right? So similar to other other libraries. Makes sense to me. We'd have private, we'd have public properties. We'd have standard string. I know technically it could probably be read-only, but I don't really care about that. We would want artist. Let's see, include string. Title of the track. We would want a standard vector of standard string of genres. This needs to be included. We would want the duration. It's just going to be an int. Yeah, actually year as well, funnily enough. Int duration. Track number, I guess. We would want to reference the file name. Actually, we just call this path, I think. Now, of course, there's always the thing of like, oh, you know, if I move the files, it doesn't track the moves or whatever. Like, that's not something I'm going to worry about yet. I imagine we'll want to probably have some sort of solution at some point to implement it, but not quite yet. What other metadata? Let's take a look at where was our... They had actually in the K extractor taglib one, yeah, taglib extractor. Comment we don't need, album, duh, yeah, of course. Album, year, I think it's probably fine instead of date. Because even they call release year as the property. Rating, do we care about rating? Copyright, do we care about the copyright bit? License, artist, genre, album artist. Sure. We'll have album artist as well. Vector, yeah, I mean, I guess depending on the sort of music you're listening to, of course. Lyrics, yeah. That one. Property opus. Disk number is something as well. And then we're gonna have probably the want to be private. Let's see. Indexed file metadata. Let's see, metadata. Well, just do like internal or something like this. Have a indexed file, get metadata. Or would we want to do it like this? Kind of like it all being lowercase. We're not going to have, well, could have an option to set metadata. And then that would maybe save it to the file. Or that could be a completely separate process. We'll have it here. Because we could internally tie this into like taglib or whatever. set metadata internally. Yeah. We'll have to see what tab glib provides because I forget. Right, so we have all this. We have indexed file. We have indexed. We're going to want to have a function for affected standard vector. Let's see, to pull in this. I don't need the semicolon there. Have this in our header, standard vector of an indexed file. I don't know if they're going to be pointers yet or not. Have that be our internal root. We'll call it I. Let's be consistent here. I root I files. We're going to have getters as well, which are just going to be for getting the files. Probably don't need a thing for getting the root, but it's not. No. It's just a string. Get root, although we would actually want to return this as a string view, I think, as we're not expecting it to be modified. Now, of course, if we make a copy of it, then it doesn't really matter. But at the very we'll return it as a string. You could always optimize it later. Have the index operation itself. We're also going to want to define, if I take a look at the old config, I think was a bit bad. Oh yeah, we had our global configuration stuff. Yeah, I forgot we did a bunch of this stuff. We had our Koto config, the path, if we should maintain shuffle, increments for forward and backwards jumping, which is useful for podcast bits, sorting type for albums, what information to show, all very useful information. But we had a way of doing library as type audiobook. Yeah. Get library. So we find each of the libraries. They would have a unique UUID. And then that it. What else did we have in it? I don't even have my own config for it. Error message. Get the type. I'm gonna assume our config. Open up a new. A class for a Koto library. Config. Gonna have public. So we're going to have that, or we're going to want to have it take in a toml. Let's actually pull in toml here. If we check Normal. Oh, right. I forgot. It is actually just a single. It's a single header file that we included. Yes. Let's have includes. And we'll make sure that the includes toml goes into our desktop includes. So let's pull that in real quick, and it's gonna be, I think a table is what it would be called. Get the value. Let's look at the toml11 doc. Getting values. We'd have this, and it'd be as strings. We'd parse the toml, and then we would have basically an array of tables. We wouldn't be converting it to a map. That I do know. It'd be called the inline too. It'd be faster if I check the BD Labs code. So when we display config, because we would be doing it based off like group outputs. So we match on output. Maybe it'd be based off group dot EC groups. We'd have right. So individual groups. So we'd find a vector of, we would define that, and we have DC groups as being display config. That's for getting the matching. I want the parse function. Where was I doing this? It was probably in deserialize. Yeah, here we go. We read the config in, then we got the group. So it's a standard vector of a toml value. And then we would do this toml display grouping. So we would want it to be a reference to this. Toml v. If I had to guess. That, and then let's include slash, oh, where were we doing? Ooh, includes toml HP. Just rip that. Or not, oh fine. Includes toml dot pp. Like so. It doesn't quite understand what that is yet. It's all right. Details. I have this ensure config pathing set. So what we're going to want to do, so we pass in our toml config. That's going to do the reading. Let us, if we're going to do touch desktop / example -config.toml. So we could have example flat file here. So we are going to want like our preferences, right? Our preferences, and we are going to also want our libraries. So in our toml bit here, we're basically doing the same thing as we're doing here. Please tell me I have some sort of example config. Or was I a complete dick to myself and didn't provide one. Oh, thank you, past Josh, for being a dick to future Josh. That was really appreciated. Thanks. Thanks, Josh. All right, so we have individual libraries. We're gonna call this like, I don't know, local content, or actually we'll call this one, here's an idea. Call this one music. We'll do path as slash home slash user. We'll just call it Joshua. It doesn't really matter. Or would we want to replace that with like the XCG variables? We'll just do slash home Joshua's music, and then we're going to have another library which is going to be streaming. And this is going to be like path, I guess streaming music. I don't know. It could really be anything. I'm not going to handle like having libraries that are within the same, like you can't have a library that is within another library. It's like a subset. I don't think that would make sense. I think a better way of doing that would be just playlists. So we're going to do this. Podcasts, we'll just do name podcast, path, podcasts, audiobooks. How convenient. It's literally just auto-completing exactly what I would type. Thank you, Koto. All right, so our preferences. We are probably going to want to break this down into preferences dot like UI preferences. I don't think we would even really need to specify this, do we? Preferences dot podcast maybe. So we could have a skip forward seconds. We'll call it jump backwards. Jump backwards. Something like that, right? Like a 30-second thing, and you'd be able to configure it for podcast specifically. We want UI, this would be like hide or show various properties. If I go back to our old Koto, this is one thing I didn't mind too much. God, this all this enum stuff and the G booleans and all the G types. So terrible. We are gonna want to maintain shuffle. What did I even use that for? Was that persistent shuffle? Was that... I don't remember. We'll have references UI last used volume. This will be like 0.5 as the default. Continue on playlist. I don't remember exactly what that was either. I'm looking, I'm like, I don't know. Album info, show genre, sure. Album info, show description. True. Album info, show genre, true. Year, true. Narrator is something we actually need to add as well. Info, show, narrator. True. So cannot be found. Well, probably aren't including it in our cmake. Have our index operation. Let's quickly update our file header to have narrator here. Last view use volume, right? So we have all these various properties for our config. So we are going to want to translate these over to private. Oh, this is our library config itself. We name and path. Standard string name path. Just need to include that. I'm gonna have getters for it, so we're gonna have a string get name. I don't want them to be const. It might just be string view. String view, which is going to be within the string view thing that we have to import. I don't need to fix with the assistant. I know what it is. Thank you. Stop with the diagnostic. Include string. Right. String view from string view. Not standard view. I'm pretty sure it's in good basic. Food type. Oh, here. C++17. Ah, it's part of strings. Strings library, which is included in. I think I'm using string. Let's actually cpp ref. No, it was oh, where was it? Learn cpp. No, no, you are not gonna have any of that. It should not be illegal for them to provide something that isn't going to include a rejectable. Use precise shielding. Dix. What the fuck is it trying to show now? Standard string view. String. It is string view. I was right the first time. What the? Where are you smoking? Fine, you're just being fucking dumb. Toml unused. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna ignore that as well. I don't get those issues with this. Maybe it's cling. Ah, maybe I'm missing my cling D. Don't touch. Cling D. Restart language server. What else was I missing? Format. Oh yeah, well actually we'll copy this over as well. No? Okay, great, thanks. What? Put a header file not used directly. Okay, well, I'm just gonna ignore that. Get file toml. So we want to implement the actual reading. Let's see, config class Koto config public. Gonna have our constructor for Koto config. Which, do we want that to take an atomic value as well? Or do we want it to do the file reading during creation? I'll have it do the file reading for now. Code config, I mean, oh, a good guess, but no, I'd say no. Okay. Yeah, private. We're gonna have our standard vector of Koto libraries. Also getting cranky about vectors being missing. Then we'll have a function get libraries. We'll call this I_libraries internal, just in case maybe it's not the normal convention, but I do not care. We'll have that, and then we need our UI prefs. So let's go ahead and do that. Class Koto UI preferences. Again. Cycle back to old music. That's all right though. Go to UI preferences. This will take the tumble value as well. We have our destructuring. We are going to want getters for. So this is going to be a standard rule. Actually, it's just a rule. All right. I'm autocomplete. Let's see. It's going to be get album info, show description, show I mean, this isn't really the best way of going about it, is it? You have like a bitwise operation, some value that we return, but I'm not gonna think too hard on it now. It's all about rapid iteration at this moment. Private. They're all booleans. Yes, it's fine. This is separate out. This is gonna be double get last used volume. And then we're gonna have voids for setting all these. Something like that. I've taken that, so we want our UI prefs here. Probably something of this sort. This for now. I'm sure there's cmake stuff I have to do. All right, so we have our config.hpp finally defined. Let's do our config.cpp. Over here, we're gonna also want to do include config.hpp. We're gonna want to implement our class as, what the fuck is it trying to generate? What is this shit? Like, oh, LLMs, aren't they just something? Let's see. This, we have a server here. That, and then add one for deep zero. We are going to want to read our config, but first I imagine we'll want to set some initial values for this. And wait, does this even need to be class? Kind of does. Name. Oh, not for library. Wrong class. Those will dynamically. This is technically an optional one, because it might not exist. Correct C. We'll find out, but we will see it. All right, so I'm going to have a default to all these properties in Y. This dot copy paste. I underscore album it's gonna have this be true, true. No member. Genre. This way of constructing is probably not best way of doing it. 0.5 is the default, and then if v dot has value, actually if it doesn't have value, we'll just return. And otherwise, we're going to want to start doing the parsing of that. What is this trying? Found that. Okay, it's great. I'm just gonna ignore it for now. I know it works with the Mason stuff. Don't know if it's gonna work here. It's possible that maybe not including it somewhere. Have that, and then let's compare it to what we were doing at PP Labs. We were doing a toml, parse, config location. We don't need to do that. We were doing a find or boolean on v like this. We're going to want to do, if we have the value, then it's going to be a toml value. Value. Then we're going to do copy this dot this dot. Album show description. The clipboard stuff working is really annoying. We'll find, or it's not going to be preferred. It's going to be, if we take a look at our example here. Genre, that's also correct. Narrator, that's correct. Here, float for 5. No, it will be a float. Alright, so that would handle the UI preps. We'd have some setting, but specifier. So let's see. Can I close all this? All right. Koto config now, so this bit we need to focus on reading it first, or probably, I guess, constructing our initial UI preferences and then passing in a value after that or something. That's what I should have done. I should have created the like initial value for. And have these separators. Have this be separate, I mean. Not going to worry about Koto library yet. Focus on. So we are going to want to read the file. Let us, funnily enough, also grab that from. We read the file location. We have this git file, git config file that we have here. I'm going to rip this code that I wrote and we're going to slap it in. Getting the config. IO stream. Right, so let's make sure that we change this to Koto. Probably a better way of doing this. Maybe there is like some sort of knowing Qt, some magical like, here's a place where you would store your application. Like here's your application path or something. Application config path. Qconfig, Q standard paths. Very local. User specific directories. Standard locations, desktop files. They have one for. They have one for documents. That's not what I want. Cache, generic data. Config location returns a directory location where user-specific configuration files should be written. This may be a generic value or application specific. The generic path is never empty. Q standard paths config location. This is the generic one. App config location returns a directory location where user-specific config should be written. I'm curious if they have an example of what this would be. If it would copy. You'd set the app name. That is not guaranteed to exist. If it doesn't, you must create it yourself. Qdir make path. (2015) set current. Qdir paths Q file. We have our app name set. I don't believe for a second that that's actually a real value. Like it could autocomplete it as much as it wants, but QQE application. Let's see. Set application display name. Okay, so that is a valid one. So we are gonna want this to be that. Desktop file name. Window icon. The Q icon. Let's actually do that. We could do this set window icon. And it's going to be a Q icon. Of course, it's not going to work on other platforms. Not going to worry about that. Let's take a look at the Qt stuff now. Qt class. They have a bunch of different classes. Qt, Qfile info, file system watcher. We'll also need MIME database. Okay, storage info. Cool. System information. They just have all sorts of cool classes, don't they? Right. Qt provides access to directory structures in their. We could do it like that. So instead of having all this shenanigans, could we, I guess we would have to pull in, include Qt. This. And then we would want to do Qt config of. And we'll do auto. Right? Auto of, I guess it would be all this stuff. Q standard paths. Application config. So I need to pull in Q standard paths. So maybe this would be the right place. We would do this, and that would get our Qt. It doesn't assert that it exists, of course, but what we could do is call a make path on it. We do this, so define our applications config location. What do you mean it doesn't exist? I included it for you. Maybe is it like this? No, and config dot make path. Wait, but you specify the entire Qt. Why would you then also need to then specify the directory path? function will create all the parents necessary to create the directory. Okay. What about makedir? Will that do it? Let's see. There's a subdirectory. Makedir with default perm. So we would want to call make path and then let's see. Okay, this autocomplete stuff not working here is actually really annoying. Let's open up. Changed on disk. You want to reload it? Yes. Oh, the creator crashed. Nice. No, I don't want to print the document. Oh, it didn't crash. I was just very confused because I tried using a command palette, but God forbid we have any of those. This isn't showing any of my files. File system. You're gonna walk config.p. See. No matching conversion. Okay. Two standard paths. Well, I guess it's gonna be standard paths dot maybe standard location. No, there is app config path dot. What the fuck? And okay, I have to query with standard locations. That would return that. This would be the writable location. Where files of the type should be written to. So that is what we would want. We would want this writable location. It would be standard paths. There we go. That would get us the writable location. And then from there, we would want to do a makedir on the, technically it'd be the parent's path. Let's double check their doc folds. Computer. Make path. All parent directories necessary. No, it does actually create it. And it also creates that. So doing this is fine. Makedir dot absolute path. Make sure our path. We have all that, and at that point, we have our Qt here. We want to get the, I guess it would be the file path. No, it'd probably be the app store. Let's see. Let's take a look at their Q file stuff. Or do they have a Q path? Q file. This. Can we What can we do within Qt? Make the directory, set path, that. Yeah. I mean, of course, we don't even need this, right? We could just do auto. Config dir path, and then we'll have auto file path is equal to this / equals, and then the config name, Q file info. Let's see. Q file info. Yeah, so we create that. Yeah. Absolute path, whether it exists, and of course then we can make it if it doesn't. Time. That file. Yeah, we'll probably use Q file. Should just open. Can we get the bits? Actually, doesn't Toml do it for us? I think Toml literally does it. Get our config. All right, so we get display config. That's going to be the config path. And I think deserialize their config path exists. We don't have to worry about that. What the fuck happened? What's going on here? All right, we do a parse config. So we get the path, and then so we ensure exists. Right, so Toml does the parse itself, so we don't have to worry about that. So what we could do is just get switch back to creator here. Be equal to config.toml or something. Oh, this is of type Q string. Standard string, please. No overload. Well, what were we doing here? Ah, we were converting it to a file system path. Right. We're doing fs path, and then we were adding the path. So I wonder, can we do probably can't do it this way, but can we do it on config dir? Not. That's a Q string. What about standard path? No. Okay. We'll do this. Standard. No, I do fs path. What it was? Lowercase. Construct it with this. Then just include this bit. S standard file system. Q standard see. I assume it falls back to .config. Oh, yeah. That is true. If it... Oh, that's a bit frustrating. I mean, if it falls back to .config, then I'm gonna have to add an additional check of making sure that we then add the suffix of Koto to the path. If it already includes, obviously, we wouldn't do that. Because I would want it to be basically be .config / com.github.strobl.koto. I think it gives you the Koto subfolder for free. Okay. So in that case, I probably want to actually change the app name and all that to the revdns name, right? Instead of just having it just be called Koto. Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, we could just go ahead and not do this and see what happens. File path, no available constructors. It has no idea. Yeah, it's true. It's probably isn't that. Get the config path. Yeah, we can't provide it. We just chuck it on. Fuck you, it does exist. I literally do it here. FS path. What are you complaining about? C++ 14? Excuse me, what? No. Qt creator at C++ version. I'm pretty sure when I was setting all of it up, I had made it set 20. Or at least 17. Config plus console. I know this is quite old, but dot profile. Do I have it? I don't have a dot profile. Do I? It should follow what cmake sets. Okay, thanks. Oh, maybe is it because I have this not within? Let me add it here as well. No, I have it here as well. See, hold on. Maybe I typoed it. CXS, cmake, yeah, yes, standard 20. Okay. Here. Maybe it's using the old cmake stuff. Usering. That's qmake. It's not. Is that project wide? Yeah, this is what we're doing. Just double check. 20. Why is this? What happened up? Cute. Fuck this file. What happened here? It did. This is what the file used to be. And I changed it. Okay. All for the day. See you next time. Yeah, see you, Oliver. Have a good one. Okay. Now, Bill says it's okay. If I run cmake again, still thinks it's C++. Sure. Oh, I fucking hate cmake. Or maybe it's Qt Creator being dumb. One of the two. Do I have to wait? Now it disappeared from here. Now, what is? I genuinely think that Qt Creator is like fucking with this somehow. I'm gonna set it here as well. I'm gonna run cmake again. Right. Okay, if I just and then affected name. What did I do here? Let's see. We'll just include we do a namespace there. Maybe it's because it's part of deserializer. Okay, saved it here. Not C++14. Is there another place I have to set it? In preferences, maybe? C++. Clang D. Okay. We're using our own Clang format, so that's fine. I'm just gonna ignore Qt. No viable overload for this either. I mean, I guess it might not know that it's C++ 20 because we haven't defined in our cmake list the files. Something like this. There's a lot of noise. Doesn't know what Q standard path, what this Q standard path is, even though it actually does exist. Suck. Stand up for a little bit. Oh. Really just doesn't think that's a valid way of doing it, even though I literally do that in BD Lab. We define this, we then add it. Then we return that path. Here we don't have to return the path, we're just including config autodir. Standard string. Then we add config.toml to the end. Let's just do this. That's okay. And then we want to basically pass it into toml. So we're going to do auto. Doing here toml parse. Auto data. That will hopefully contain this. Obviously, if there's an issue with the toml file itself, then it is what it is. And we are going to want to set up our UI bits. That'll be preferences.ui. And it would be, this would get value. Basically just want the bind here. Use toml bind. Let's see, we don't need to do a convert simultaneously. Find or on failure. Just get. think it's at the value. Says dot. Something like this. But of course, if it doesn't exist, then that'll be a problem. But yeah. How do we want to handle that? I guess we pass it in as it'll be an optional. No, so we are going to want to create an optional standard. Optional. Actually, no. Just do. I know it would be standard clone optional. And it would be, so this is data refs. Like it's gonna be initially a null pointer, and then we are going to auto say UI prefs data as data.at on preferences.ui. And then what does this return .at? Accessing, let's see. It would be a toml value, I think. I don't want to convert it. Equivalent to internally convert toml value to the component. I mean, I could just do find or. And do standard null pointer. Get throws a type, get or. Use toml : find to search and convert simultaneously. So we would want to use get or. Input.at. The fuck does the at do? this I will do instead of having it included by default. Tomo compile. Use try parse, and if it's okay, then you unwrap. Right. Get the value at something. Finding a value, so at if it contains, so we would want to do it contains first. If data dot contains references.ui, then we'll want to do a get or we won't have to do a get or because the value will exist. Do value at, oh here. If it's a table, then what we're going to want to do is set UI prefs as equal to data.get. Right. Oh wait, no, it's going to be UI prefs. Something like that. Where get that? There's Tomahawk find. So by input, if it contains and is an integer, then we cast it as an integer. Right. Okay. So then, if it's a table, then we'll want to set UI prefs as UI prefs at dot as a table. Going to return the table type, which should be a value type of some sort, but we'll find out. Standard optional volume. Yeah. I'll do. Gonna be a table. UI press at is then complaining that the value is UI press. Wrong project. We just don't define output head as anything initially. Go to UI preferences. Sure. Still bitching. Pretty sure. Code is going to be. See, what does it complain about here? Complains about toml not being declared, complains about this. I think that's just cmake. I'd like to think anyways. Because it doesn't seem to have an issue with, well, it does actually. That's just all toml bits. Even though we include it. Fetch content, I don't want to automatically fetch. Man, Meson is just so much better. Like the amount of fighting I think I'm having to do because of cmake is quite confident in cmake anyways, because I don't have this issue with BD Lab. Fighting with the build system, it's not really something I want to do. No. Anyway, so we get our preferences. What is this bitch about? Does not exist. Yes, of course I meant that. Okay. Finally have those UI press. And then we're going to want to do... really separate this out though, maybe. Config and then UI prefs or something. It's not all in one file. I don't really like... Let's do that immediately. I want to do that for our library config as well. If you're wondering why you hear just well, maybe you don't, vigorous spam of Control-C, it's because the clipboard sync tool that I use is consistent. Very frustrating. UI prefs. Where did the Koto library one go? I just included here. Oh, no. This. Maybe just both of those sections. All right, so we have that, and we're gonna do config library.cpp, library.hpp. All this, link all that, hopefully. Please, Control-C, Control-V, fucking hell. Leave it to it being difficult. I mean, of course, it's like it's all within one compositor, but I'm running it outside the compositor. It'd probably be easier if I was running inside this one, but it shouldn't be that difficult. You just do copy paste, you know. This is complaining about string view. I don't care that's complaining about that. Let's remove all this. We have vector, we have Koto UI pref, so we're gonna want to include, just include it here. Include library.p, include UI. Fuck, now I really can't spell. Hi. Alright, so unknown type. Well, you're just lying. Right here. Stop gaslighting me. Okay, if I go to UI prefs, .hpp, it's there. Oh, that's not great. All right, well, that is what it is. All right, so now we need our UI prefs bit to be moved. So let's move that away from here. We have all this good stuff. And then this is a little bit cleaner. IO stream, I don't think we actually need. We have that, and then we're going to want to implement our library bit as well. So we do the same thing. We pass in that and we get the name of the path, so it'll be much simpler. Of course, this I think does match the signature here, right? Oh, toml value reference. Okay. I don't know if I need that. Probably needs to be a ref, but let's see. That's all sorts of confused, so I'm not really going to pay too much attention to that yet. Set the default it's called string. I need vector, or we will want optional though. I don't know if it needs to be a pref either. We'll find out. All right, ref. This name is gonna just be name with path, which actually I should probably have be a file system path. I was smart. Let's maybe do that. FS. Okay. Then what we're going to do is do toml. Of course, this shouldn't even be possible for it to be an optional. Because we'll be iterating over the array items, and each one of those will have a value. So let us swap this back just to being a const toml value. Then, so name itself can be probably something like this, but actually it could just be e.find as probably a standard string name. And then path, I don't know if we'll be able to do a conversion. So what I'm going to do is first specify it as just an empty bit, and then we're going to do this dot path. Assign maybe. I don't think it's going to be I mean, we could try doing a conversion here. I just would be very surprised if it blew up in our faces. I really don't think this is going to work. I'm going to find as a standard string. I'm going to do path. Do this or something. Oh, let's take a look. fs path. Standard file system path. Objects of type path represent paths of the file system. The path name has the following syntax: the root name, root directory, 0 more of the following, directory separators. So yes, we have the append operator that appends with the directory separator. We would want to just assign. But does it take an assignment of a string? Let's see. Source participates in overload resolution. Only a source and path are not the type. Either source specialization, standard string, basic string view. Right, so it's just defining it as a string. So actually us doing this find should be okay. So we could just have it convert to probably an FS path out of the box if I had to guess. And also this should be iname iPath. And then we'll have a standard string, a get name, what is it doing? Like this. Out of line definition. Go to library config, because it's const. Something like that, maybe. And then that would be our libraries. And then within this, what we'll do is, I think it is It's going to be based off the arrays, the inline tables. So I think it's going to be, if we take a look at our deserialize of display configs, here we go. Yeah, so we do a find and we cast it to a standard vector of a toml value. And then for each of those, yeah, so basically this would be fine. And then we push that to, we're going to do this. And then where we're doing find, we're going to do libraries. Or library, what do we call it? Toml. Libraries. So for each of the library, or we'll call it lib value, we'll do a toml find for each of the values, and we will construct a new Koto library from that, and then push, and that should be good. Interesting, it's not. It's fine with this one, but not this one. No viable overloaded. We did it multiple times, didn't we? Should be okay. Oh, whatever. We have our Koto config, we do this. I think that is, yeah, have our libraries, have our UI. That's basically it. So now we just need to implement Koto library config. Oh, did we call this Koto library or Koto library config? Like this. Not sure why it was thinking that was valid. Have this, and it's going to be I libraries. And I UI prefs. We're going to have function for getting our UI prefs. It's not a constant, so failed to do this. No viable return. And it'll be a standard vector Koto library config of these. So that should be our config sorted. And you're probably wondering, Josh, you just spent like an eternity writing a config bit. Why? Why would you do that? Well, so that way, what I could do is go into my indexer and start leveraging it. So instead of this, we had this file indexer. I would probably like to pass in, oh, do we want to pass in the Koto library config? I think we would. Instead. And then we'll get the path from that. And then we'll start using that for all the Qt6 iteration bits. So that'll have our index file. So let's go ahead and start working on that. Increase this a little bit more. Actually, let's shrink this, but make this full screen. All right. Indexer.hpp. So we'll want that, and we're going to want to start doing the Qt iterator fancy stuff. Include that. We're going to do this. And we're going to have a class know what it's trying to do here. That's just do file indexer and file indexer. And this is going to take our Koto library config. Let's also include that here. Include config/library.hpp. It has no idea what that is, whatever. Unknown type Koto library. And then for this, we are going to want to do it where it says a qdir or a qstring. I wonder if we could just pass in, actually switch over to this. Yes to all. We go Datalake indexer. Save. Yes. And then we are going to do create our iterator, so auto iter is equal to user iterator on our config.getPath. Right, so we have our iterator now, and then we're gonna do while iterator or iter.next. It has next. Has next. Right. So we're recursively going down. Oh, actually, we do it with in Koto originally. I have to check where we have Koto artists, and then we had artists and we had albums and all of that. And iterated over all that. Oh boy. Then we would add the albums, right? We wanted information on the Koto artist, like all the tracks, so we could do that differently. Name. We have artwork. Type of content. All the album references, and of course the albums themselves would have the album art. We had a bunch of stuff here. We had our Koto albums, which had all the similar metadata to the Koto track, really. But it had like artwork path. I guess we technically had that on the track as well. There's an associated playlist for the album. That's right. Because if you wanted to play it, we didn't want to have to auto-generate a playlist or do it dynamic. Let's see, how did we do get self-playlist? We created one as we were propagating. Yeah, we created a new one with the new UID. Sort by track. Man, I wrote a lot of code for this. Oh my god. For the OG one. Of course, I'm not sure what I'm expecting given let's see, how long do my dev diaries go on for? I check my blog. You're on Dev Diary 12. I had, so that was August, July, June. And then we had B and A roles. So it started in what? When did we start this? January until August. So what, like 6-7 months of working on that? I have a long way to go. I'm on day 2. Oh boy. Now fortunately I did a lot of this before, so we have Koto files. Well, I guess we're gonna need the artist, and maybe I should call them creators. Call them artist. We'll define the headers. Need the header. Let's go back to that. Oh shit. Include. We'll want that. We're probably going to want a vector. We're going to want a class of Koto artist. Public Koto artist. We're not going to take anything into it, I don't think. I mean, I guess we could eventually create an optional constructor for it, where we take in more of the props. We're gonna want standard string of the name of the artist. We're gonna want a standard vector. Right now it's by Koto album of all the albums. We're gonna want a vector of Koto. These are going to be called the indexed file metadata instead of just back. Yeah. They're gonna have such similar properties. I could have them both inherit the same thing. Let's have different constructors or something. One that comes from the database, and one for when we get the metadata from a given file. So we could have a constructor of from file, another one that's from deep, and then an empty one that might be like more. Sure. Indexed file. Okay, so let's track.hpp. So we're gonna include, I guess it'd be shared. I want to kind of flip this on its head, where the indexed file inherits from probably Koto track. We create a Koto track. We just do it by, we rename, I have an idea. Delete this. Rename file track. Rename this to track as well. And then, so we have this class of the metadata of a given track. We set the metadata. But what I really want to do is have a class of track. Just have the no-op constructor. We'll have a track from DB. Be like this as a constructor. Let's see. Let's ask our friend. Let's see. C++, how would I have a second structure class? I would take a given set of ports. I know I could probably find it in the CPP thing, but no. Define the header file. Oh, so it is just literally that's parameterized. Oh fuck! Let's check the actual CPP ref, the tutorial thing. Go here and then the class template introduction to classes. Here we go. Default constructor and default args. So that's the default one. I have a different. That's the non-default. Employee. Could I have the constructor be named something like from DB or metadata? See, instructions cannot have they have to be the same name as a class. You could achieve similar functionality by using static member functions. This, and then you would have public static my class from DB. Right. I mean, so you can do it. From DB. Static track star from metadata. And this metadata would be like K metadata, I think. K file metadata. Or would it be an extraction result? Let's take a look at the example again on dump.cpp. Yeah. I think it would be that. You have track from metadata, and then it would be yeah. Data. Doesn't know what that is. That's fine because we haven't included it at all. We would want to include extraction results. How's it going so far? I'm in the weeds on, so as a recap for everybody, started out working on the UI, then was like, actually I should pivot to working on the backend bits. and started messing around with the idea of using Balu. And for one, it wasn't entirely clear about the integration path. And two, from what I saw, applications like Elisa had actually dropped support for Balu. And I looked at the list of issues that were raised with it for their quote-unquote fast indexer, and it like wasn't tracking files properly and a bunch of other things. So I was like, maybe I'll just work on the internal indexer first. So that's what I'm working on at the moment. So getting in a little bit in the weeds related to that, started working on the config parsing. So a lot of that is using the same work that I use for BD Labs, which Winnie I'm sure you're familiar with, for all the TOML parsing. So now you have like UI preferences, you have your Koto library, and then just a general Koto config parse. So implemented that theoretically. CMake and Qcreator are claiming that I'm using C++14, even though everywhere, including my Clang D, I have stated 20. So yeah, that's the thing. I still need to figure out why it's doing that. And I'm sure there's a bunch of CMake stuff that I still need to fix, but I'm just trying to iterate on what I can for the moment before I start integrating and then trying to compile and getting stuff to work. So my idea is I'll have, I'm going to use this qdir iterator to iterate over the files. And then for each of those, when they're directory, like the top level directory, we'll consider that to be artist, and the second directory will be the album, and then we'll have tracks within that, similar to what we did for Koto originally. So I'd started tinkering with the extractor, and then realized, oh yeah, actually I have to kind of do the same thing that I was doing in old code, because we kind of want to know that we have a track that is associated with an artist and an album, and an album is associated with an artist, and that album has album art, and a bunch of things. So a lot of the back end bits. Right now it's all on the desktop folder, but I would suspect that it'll probably be moved out of this desktop folder and into like the generic one when I eventually get around to that. We'll see. See how that goes. So I just started adding the bits in for kfile metadata. So I need to add that as a required component. So I'm going to do that now, actually. So it's going to be, I think, K. Let's see, let's go back to kfile metadata. Maybe they have a nice handy CMake thing for it. Would using mlocate help one anyway? No, I don't think so. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I have to do, and also the nice benefit of this qdir extractor, or not qdir, qdir iterator, is it's, well, cross-platform, of course, and they provide you Q files and Q file information and all that kind of stuff automatically. I don't know how much of that I'll be able to just pipe into kfile metadata, but it would be nice to do it this way. And of course, the benefit of the internal indexer is I could just use that across both Selfish, presumably, of course. We'll see. I would presume I could use it on Selfish as well as desktop. I don't know about Plasma Mobile. I was taking a look at, I'm not going to get it, to be very clear, but the Pine Phone Pro. Yeah, this. I was thinking at some point, not a priority. There's other stuff I want to deal with first. And plus the hardware as well. It is what it is. But it'd be maybe nice to have Plasma Mobile on an actual device, because I don't really have any free devices to flash it with, or flash Plasma Mobile onto. I wouldn't like daily drive it, but at least for testing. Granted, I would be very curious to hear who actually does daily drive it. Let's see. Using the library, you must implement your own extraction result. I mean, I don't actually think I need to. You daily drove Plasma Mobile for a while, so did things like, and I'm not like joking here, but did things like phone calls work? Because it's always a thing with a lot of these mobile open source operating systems where it's like phone calls won't work, SMS won't work, but you have like a browser, right? Or like sim stuff won't work, but data won't work aside from Wi-Fi, or just like crazy stuff like that, you know, where it's like super limited. The problem was really that the hardware was a bit shit. Fair enough. Was it that PinePhone Pro, or was it a different device that you ran it on? cmake. OG PinePhone, right, okay. I would be very interested to hear what people's experiences were on with using the PinePhone Pro Convergence Edition. Right, it was that one where you're supposed to, was that the one that was going to support like YUnit or whatever it was? KDE Community Edition specifically, right? Okay. Okay, let's do this one in Qt Creator. Maybe it'll provide me a useful autocomplete. Yes to all. I really don't like that it prompts like, do you want to reload your files that were edited somewhere else every single time? Are you sure? Okay file metadata maybe? And then I think I need to also include where installed there's, we need a link. What is something that uses Kfile? I remember there being like a DNF. What was it, like repo query? What requires, can I do DNF5? Just do this. DNF5 repo query. What requires Kfile metadata? It's the only one that came with 3 gigs of RAM and a USB-C hub, right? I mean, that makes sense. You want to be able to plug in a keyboard, and did the USB-C hub, actually, I could check while it's DNF5 is doing anything. PinePhone convert. This beta edition with convergence package. So I'm going to assume that this has Ethernet, and is that a mini? What is that? HDMI display port? Does it say on the hub? It just says digital video port. Most generic. Digital video output. Might have the KDE logo, right? I'm gonna assume it was probably like an HDMI or mini HDMI or something, or so you could plug in a monitor. Which, I mean, I suspect we'll get to that point. At least, like, you know, we won't do it for desktop replacements, right? But I could see it being for like mini PCs or like laptops, right? I mean, that was the idea like clear back in the day with Ubuntu's convergent platform. But, oh, hold on. Okay, you know what? No, I'm gonna say no. I think this Fira Labs repo, I think this is the issue. It's just Fira Labs 1. How do I disable DNF disable repo? What did I even pull in from it? Terra packages. Oh shit, it's Zed. I pulled in Zed from it. Oh no. I don't know what Furry Labs is. But Fira Labs, whatever it's called. Terra packages. What is their mono repo? I guess they just call it Anda. Yeah, I pulled in Zed Nightly from here. Because the flat pack wasn't working with Copilot stuff. Can I just download? I download the shell script. I think though. Did the shell script actually? Hold on, let's go back. Shell.sh. Does it pull down the desktop file? Okay, it does. So I don't need to just do this. Ultramarine Linux folks, I think they are, yeah. And then let's disable the repo, because this has happened like 2-3 times now, just for like 40. Like they just keep issuing different GPG keys or something. I don't know what's going on. It's really just not a great user experience though. Sudo DNF config manager set disabled Terra. Beep. I don't think this is going to speed it up any. I'm not accepting any more GPG keys. Mm-mm. It would have been faster for me to delete the repo file. Or hand modify it actually, but it's too late now. It'll take its sweet ass time modifying a single file for me, I guess. All because I wanted to do a repo query. Come on. All right, well, while that's doing its thing. So we have track from metadata, and rename this to track as well. So we're gonna have one that's from DB, where we're basically gonna be pulling in all this, but I'm not really sure what format we're gonna be doing that in yet. If we're like, if it's some meta object for the row, and then us getting properties, that or something. we'll find out. But this we'll want to get from extraction result. And then we'll have all these private functions. So this will be the new track. Oh, did it finally disable it? Let's see. I don't trust any of it anymore. Enabled 0. Fantastic. Enabled 0. All right. Now sudo dnf5 help. Sudo dnf5 clean we'll do all. Sudo dnf5. This will be the real test. dnf5 repo query. Let's see if it's any faster. Really hope so. I don't think it's going to be, but I really hope so. I mean, this initial one might be a while because it's probably pulling down all the caches. Anytime, so we have that. And what's it complaining about here? Genres. Standard vector of standard string. So we are going to create that. We're not going to have this object here. And so instead of track, Koto track. So the terror thing clearly wasn't the issue, but it will stop my personal annoyance of the GPG thing happening. So we have this. File.cpp cannot find, that's fine, because we renamed it. Cmake this in desktop. Let's update. So we have config cpp, we have config/library.cpp, config/yprefs.cpp. We have Datalake track. I see that it did the thing behind the scenes, but rs.cpp. What phone features are a must for you if you are going to get a device for Plasma Mobile? Well, so fortunately for me, so for those, I used to have like a Toiminimi, which is like a doing business app. Completely forgot to cancel my like mobile subscription for it. So I have a phone number, so I'm going to throw that into my Yola community phone too when that gets here. So I don't think even that is going to be my primary device. We'll see. Or I might flip the Sims, you know. Because for me, my phone usage is pretty demanding, to be completely honest. I know some people, well, some people don't have the sort of demands that I do. But for example, you know, I use Firefox, so I need that. I need probably really good Android support, so we'll see what their Android support is like in Selfish OS. The reason for that, why I need good Android support, is, well, I mean, basically all the apps I would use are available for Android, and they don't necessarily have open source ports to like Selfish or some other platform. So for example, Tusky, of course, there's Mastodon implementations, that's fine. And of course, there's always the website for that. So that one's not a big deal. Threads, same thing. Buffer. Buffer's quite convenient, but I could probably live without that being on my phone. I'm literally like, I'm looking at my phone here. So Blue Sky is a big one. 2FA apps Fortunately, I can export all my 2FA stuff. I've been moving over from Authy to Aegis for that. But some of the things like my banking apps, that's going to be really inconvenient because they typically aren't going to work. And I'm not the kind of person that's going to be like, oh, well, you know, I'm going to go back to the old days of instead of using my banking ID app to log into places, I'm going to use this paper that they would issue out. And they had this when I moved here, where you'd like cross out whenever you would use a code and you'd use the next sequential code. Not going to do any of that. Not a fan of that whatsoever. So my banking stuff needs to work. I use HSL app for transport sometimes, so that needs to work, which also means the mobile pay for payment, that has to work as well. Probably not going to work. Content stuff, so YouTube Studio and YouTube both need to work. What phone features are my... Oh, I already read that. It just, the chat glitched, so I thought it came in again. Oh, let's see. Of course, for chat, I have Discord, Element. Fortunately, there's an Element client for Selfish at the very least, and of course we know there's NeoChat, so that would work on Plasma Mobile. Yeah, so it needs to be able to run Android apps, and it needs to be able to run them with like micro G and all, basically. Like if it can't do that, then it's not really much use to me of a mobile phone, because I'm not gonna change my entire lifestyle just for a mobile operating system, you know? So lots. I need the phone to do a lot. And they're all musts because I'm very uncompromising, that sort of thing. Some of the stuff I could get away with using the web clients just for testing on you didn't say for testing. You just said what features are a must if you're going to get a device. But if it's for testing, well, then it'll sit on my table and I don't have to ever bring it anywhere. So at that point, I don't need anything. You know? Let's see, DNF5, search K-file metadata. Because I wouldn't daily drive it. Sorry to the Plasma Mobile people for watching. Probably not. No offense to the work you guys do, but I like fully featured devices, and I understand that an open source project is not going to be able to realistically against two massive multi-trillion dollar companies who have in their own ways closed ecosystems, right? With millions of app developers. Like that's not really feasible. So I just wish, I kind of hope the EU steps in a lot of ways. But I'm not sure how the EU would be able to step in and mandate that, oh, you have to support these particular mobile platforms when, like, why, you know? Or maybe that they have to provide APIs that you as a customer, you are able to get an API key for. I think that would be interesting, right? And they have to like make sure that those aren't rate limited either, or locked behind any particular plans like at your bank. I think that would be a good start, because then people could implement alternative banking solutions or banking apps for their bank if one is available for their platform of choice. I think that would be a good start. Okay, I don't know why. So apparently, according to DNF, nothing requires cave file metadata. Looking at the Postmarket OS wiki, the best supported community devices seem to be mostly from 2015. Yep. Ah, okay, so maybe it's because it's KF6- K-file metadata. So now if we do a repo query on this, then it should be okay. It takes a long time to load the repo. It definitely feels like there's something weird going on. I should disable all of them except the Fedora one. Let's see. The reason why I'm sort of stalling and waiting for this is because I need to know, well, I want to figure out what uses Kfile, the KF6 Kfile metadata, so I could use their code as a reference for what I need to do for my cmake bits. Well, let's go ahead and just cook this again and see. Artist.cpp does not exist as correct. Yeah, it's just the HPP 5. So let us remove that. Oh, because I called it Datalake, not Datalake. I mean, so that did something. Okay. We're not really gonna be as cook desktop. Let's see if it actually cooks. Oh. Okay. Interestingly enough, it wasn't complaining about the toml stuff, which is kind of funny. Let's see. Cannot convert, so yeah, we need to do this to iprefs on config.cpp. It's going to be iprefs as the Koto preferences. This. What are you cooking at the moment? I'm cooking Koto stuff at the moment. And if you don't know what that is, you could check the description, because basically the old GitHub, okay, so the old GitHub, which is all GTK stuff, I'm doing the port. If you learned that, basically it's a audio manager. So Ariana, Arc, Dolphin libs, Elisa, Wen libs, Runa, Balu, some Coco thing, Plasma browser integration. They all use it. So I will probably use Elisa as an example of what to do, because I found their code to be semi-reasonable to navigate around. So if we check their cmake, they do kfile. I don't specify kfile meta, but that's fine. Kfile metadata. That's all their CI stuff. They have their own like property translation for some data types and column rows for their own internal parser. So that's should be worth kept in mind. So they're doing this. And then their empress bit. So I'm not seeing it being defined. It just because I typoed it. No. cmake? Kfile metadata found. So it's going to be, I think I might have actually gotten it right the first time. Desktop. I just think I didn't get, it would be KF6 colon file metadata. File metadata. course, this is only found if the making is really busy. No, so it works in this, just not in the cmake. What's in the root one? They do an include. Do they do a find package on it? They do. Find package, kfile metadata. I'm pretty sure I do the same thing. So I just don't specify the required kf version. Or config quiet or anything of that sort. Okay. I did actually do it correctly. Cool. Vector pointer, online. That push lib. This needs to be config 29. It's possible that I don't think it actually needs to be standard vector. No, it isn't even. No matching function. Lib, push to I library. Which we even no. And then we push that. Let's see. No matching function for call to standard vector. That push back. Then return of this. Go to library config, right? This is just. This could be auto. Go to UI prefs and then each of these vector I like. String view doesn't need to be default. Optional. String itself. Qualify begin declarations. Well, this seems more like build error than Josh error. Big HPP, so there might be an issue here then. Includes of tobble. Do we want to do this? Let's see, tobble 11. Automatically fetch it. Using cmake fetch comp. And then the tag. Then link it, but where does that make it available? Because yeah, sure, we could link against it. Header file bit should work. Just isn't with. I feel like I'm just missing it in my includes path. cmake module. I'll recommend Xiaomi phones. Redmi S2, Y2. Mostly working hardware and not from 2015. But again, I mean, are they better than the Pine Phone Pro at this point? I mean, probably. Let's be honest. Xiaomi. Xiaomi. Redmi S2. See. Yeah, summary. Yeah, nicer screen. Resolution. Seems like it has the same amount of RAM. 4 gig. Probably has a faster processor. Wait, why does this? It says Selfish OS 3 beta build. But then it shows Plasma Mobile. Okay. Molly T860 EM4. Snap 625. Because the thing is, I don't know if I could actually get this, right? Like it's a phone from 2018. I don't order. I guess it'd have to be like AliExpress, but then it's like Xiaomi devices aren't really a thing here. Whereas the Pine 64, I could just order from their shop. But you have to take a look at that after the stream. Right, so let's do cmake. Let's see. Includes Librem 5. Fuck no. Fuck no. I ain't buying a Librem device. No way. I'd sooner buy a Huawei device knowing what it might do on my network than buy a Librem. Target includes. Just want to include the entire drawer. Never use include directories over target include. And then this one, include directories. You should never use include directories. Target include directories, test private. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's ask our good old friend Gemini. It lied to us yesterday. cmake add a folder called includes. Add executable, target public cmake, source dir includes. Add executable. We're not doing that. We're doing the Q add executable. Maybe it needs to be here. Koto private slash includes. Does it need to be wrapped in quotes? Let's see. Well, that didn't work. Add subdirectory source. What did I botch up here? Figured I messed something up. It's actually a bit better spec-wise, yeah. Probably a newer device. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean it's better, of course. But I would sooner, if Librem device was the only option, I would just not test against plug. Fortunately, we have Pine Phone. Let's see. Add subdirectory. 9, 10, 11, and unknown. What happened to my other cmake file? Desktop. Okay, it must be this line. Like if I comment this out. No, suddenly this is an issue as well. Meanwhile, you with the OnePlus 6. What is this OnePlus device? Oh, mine's a old OnePlus 3T. But it's been EOL for a long. And then you add subdirectory. Did I? Well, yeah, because this is my root, right? I don't think did I add subdirectory here? Wait, what the fuck? When did this happen? What the fuck? Let's. It's like I want this in the root, but then add this one. Wait, it just returned. You saw I deleted it. What the fuck? I'm gonna blame Qt Creator because it's running in the background doing weird shit as well. I'm gonna close out of Qt Creator. I don't trust it. Do not save. I don't trust you, Creator. What the fuck? Let's copy this and let's just go further and further back. What the? There's something weird going. So I saved it and it returned to some weird. It failed. Line 15. Okay. Private and then includes. Cannot specify includes for target Koto, which is not built by this project. Let's see. Add directory, library. It may just be easier for me. There's cmake integrate. This wasn't an issue with Mason, by the way. Mason, it just all worked. We do this, include fetch. Rip this out. Have this maybe at the top of it. Like so. So we do that, add executable and then target link libraries. We're gonna want toml 11. What happens when I do a setup? I feel like this is overkill. Well, okay. Let's see, cmake warning line 12. By not providing find K file metadata. Yeah, okay, because it's this. Let's see. By not providing find K file metadata. Here, but okay. Let's take a look at least. Find package. Let's see. KF6. Oh, because it's KF6. I think that's what it was. Yeah, let's just copy it, just to be sure. Okay. I should be doing a reset task hook. The way I could better see this. So Kirigami plugin, that is part of the Qt6 macros. Same with that. Still getting this unqualified. Assert on config. TPP line. Ever include. Ever wants good file system. I just can't find library. Do I actually have to say it by dude? Config does this. I don't actually need to import this again. I feel like there's an error here. Check everything else. That one's fine. If I rip this out. I don't think it's Tom. These are local ones. B does not exist. Okay, we're getting somewhere here. We include that again. B dot find here. So we CP. No member find. Value. To convert it. Let's see, what was I doing for my dot find here? Yeah, I was doing it as table. We'll just do the same deal. Oh, wait, no, we weren't doing that. That's what they're doing. Close. Hide the include. Tom, right. Colon. Dot find. But were we doing it as a table or was it as a value? Data at this point is just the parse. Do the toml to display grouping. So we take in the value and then we do a find. Okay. Right, so it's not V, it's just toml : find. Toml : find. The signature was just completely wrong here. Find V. We want to cast something like this. That is probably okay, but I bet we're doing that elsewhere. What the fuck? Why isn't it? That's includes as well. Okay, might not be doing anywhere else. Find, yeah, there's some noise related to args there. What did it fail on? It failed on here. Still wants to, why is it thinking it's C++? I've set it in 2 different places for it to be 20. Like, you want to see how easy it is with Meson for it just to be reliably 20? Here, open it up. Meson.build. Actually, hell, I did as C++ 23. That's it. That's all I had to do. And it was consistent throughout the entire fucking project. Oh, a cmake, yeah, I don't know. It's just not. I have it here, and then I also have it here. I could change it to 23. I don't think it's gonna do anything. It's still gonna cook as 14. at the very top level. This in my top level I have it defined here. I could try defining it somewhere else. I also said at every target level. Well, it's not doing it regardless. Oh, every target. Okay. Well, I mean, I could remove it here, so it's only here. But I only have these two cmakes. So, still fails. Or is it building? Like, can I check? Well, let's see where's our finds? Where's the complaint here? I mean, this part I expect. But I think there is actually an issue here. I just do standard string. Doesn't think those exist, but show the cmake cache settings. Yes, one moment. Let's see, it was generated by cmake. So see here, what I'll do is I'll bring it up here. Close all of this. Where's the GCC now? Ah, okay. Got it. Well, in that case, it's probably using version. What I found interesting was Qt Creator was complaining that a way of doing an operator, using an operator for standard file system was incorrect when I actually quite literally used it in Budgie Labs. 17, yeah. I mean, you know me though. I want it to be everything else, but let's try this. Reset and cook. Let's see if I still get the warnings. Okay. They're parsing. All right, we're getting somewhere here. Let's compare this to what I had. Find. We're doing a find with the type with data. Same deal here. Was I missing it? Oh fuck, it's there. Why was it yelling about here and then not here? What the fuck? Goddamn editors. We're using make to run the build. I think it is, yeah. I can show you my task file. This was suggested to me yesterday. Was just make after a cmake. It was working. I had an error. It just provided me this shit instead of a useful thing. Low. All right. Last use volume. We could fix this one. Like it's complaining about this. No viable overloaded here. Do this actually. We do auto config path standard, and then we do this. I know this is correct. It's just acting dumb. This stuff. We have a toml value, and actually it's complaining about this float in UI prefs. feel like your IDEs work. I mean, both Zed. I don't know what's up with this, but use cmake build verbose instead. All right. Cmake tac build space, of course, and specify the build directory and verbose. All right, but first let's double check. So we have these find ors, and then we have false, 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 false. 0.5, of course. This is set this as full in here. We actually already had it set there. Not here. Find or now has an issue. Added advantage is that if you want to use Ninja instead, all you have to do is add the G-Ninja to the cmake setup command, and it'll automatically use Ninja instead. Oh, okay. Find or double V. Let's see. Find or. V value that. Oh, no, we were doing as a float. I was right to do as a float before. It's possible. Oh, I should be using UI press here, that toml value. We do that in a moment. If I could get my thing back. Let's revert. Float. Y press, I think. Okay, that's a good one. Because we changed the index for HP. Datalake file was changed to track. See, in fact, you are building with CPP20. Good. That's the way I like it. See, it's not declared here. Right. In I get the feeling it's actually KF6 whatever. No longer exists. Oh, well, right now it's complaining about this track.c. I'm focusing on this one first. So where are they including? UK file first. Yeah, they're doing the same fucking thing. Or is it? Do I not have a? No, I have it that way. Let's see. Let's literally just copy there. Okay, file. Yeah. Extraction result. Did I link it? Well, granted, I the cmake stuff was getting overridden, so let's see if it overrid that part too. Yeah, target link, file meta. This is the same one that they use in their target link library. Oh. Indexed file is not declared. Well, that is because it is called Koto track. Big library. File not found. You're just being dumb because it's here. It's complaining about the toml bit, which we might not need. Where else are we doing index? Datalake, Koto track. I mean, I'm not expecting this to successfully build, but I would like to get at least like the K-file metadata thing to show up. Well, it's yelling only about this now. Not been declared. Well, how are they doing so simple extraction result? Yeah, I know. I know Zed is yelling about that. But Zed also finds it perfectly fine here. Like if I do here, I'll show you. Like in my deserializer, my serializer, it's not here. Both here and here. Yeah, it said. Where it finds it perfectly fine here. But then on this one, it does not. And this is literally like I literally copied copied the file from Budgie. So yeah, but right now it's yelling about K-file metadata simple extraction result. Which, you know, I copy this, put it track.hpp. Remove this. We have a public K-file metadata, so basically I would take it this. And I checked this is a class. Seems to think, yeah, and I did install it. I did it after I did this install. I think I did anyway. Maybe I fucking didn't. Maybe I got so distracted by trying to figure out what it was. So mad at this. Sudo dnf5 install. Let's see. KF6. It doesn't look like it did. K-file metadata. I mean, surely it should have been pulled in somewhere else, but. I missed most of this because I don't know. So I don't know what happened before I started commenting. Yeah, that's fine. Now let's wait 5 minutes for DNF. Yeah, and I was like, okay, well maybe it's like the Terra repo, right? From Ultramarine. So disabled that. Still does it, so it's not that repo. I was prompted to do that because for like the 5th time, actually it's like the 2nd time. Sudo DNF install kfile data. I mean, I'm not gonna cancel this one now. You know, we're in too deep. I did a clean all. Yeah, you could see I did it up here. There were 66 files, 40 directories, 0 errors occurred. It's like it takes forever loading the repos. I don't really have that many repos. Well, let's wait 20 minutes for that DNF command to run, Neil. All right. It's so bizarre. Yeah, it's quite something. Oh, curl errors. Oh, look at this. Wait. What the where is it trying to ping? Why the fuck is it trying to ping the .vn.ua? Is it trying to ping something in Ukraine? I don't have a bad hard drive, definitely not. That's great. Can I force a particular mirror? One that's fast and reliable. Mirror manager must be thinking your closest mirrors are Ukrainian. Yeah, they are not. Fortunately, I am not in Ukraine or near. Poor people. It also forced mirror manager to pick mirrors for a particular country. FTP funet.fi. I don't know how active this one is. What does this say for FI? 10,000. What column is this? Bandwidth. Okay, so this one should be good. Oh hey, that mirror is so old. They've been around for a long time. You mean like it's so old as in like they don't properly maintain it, or it's so old as in how do I add, let's see, Fedora switch mirror, let's see, specify specific mirror. Fedora updates, country equals DNF. This was from 2019, but hopefully it's still accurate. Add the following. So it wants delta RPA. So they want me to disable deltas. That seems dumb. Keep cache and IP resolve. That's not related to my issue. So I feel like it's just going to be a yum repos thing. Fedora. Base repos in the yum repo files and Etsy. Comment out the meta link. Or Fedora updates, I imagine. Comment out meta link. set base URL. Delta RPM is meh. We've been fighting to remove for a long time. Hasn't happened. Okay. Do this. This is not really related to development, but it is what it is. Oh. Do they not support HTTPS? Well, they do. Why was it suggesting HTTP? Weird. So HTTP, we have Fedora, Linux, and then updates / please for everything. Base arch. Oh, just expand this out. Oh yeah, I could add. Oh yeah, I guess you could ask about Balloon. No, yeah. Now that it's all sorted, yeah. I mean, to be fair, the reason why they separated, I guess, makes sense, but still wasn't quite convenient. Do I have to do this for all of them? Update. Dora. Updates. Release for everything. Base arch. You're not locking. That locks mirror repo to giving only finished mirrors. Right, okay. So you're saying instead of adding this, just adding country equals fi to base URL? Oh, metalink URL, never mind. Country fi. Country equals fi. Like this. That for all of them. All right. So I did it for this one. That was just Fedora updates. I thought EO package was bad. Yeah, country equals fi. This one up. Not really related to development, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, probably wrap up the stream soon anyways. Updates testing. Okay, we've updated those. I'm not gonna mess around with RPM fusion yet. Let's just see if this is better, right? And to test it, we're gonna do sudo dnf5 clean all, and then we're gonna do a install. It's probably gonna still be very slow. Still slow. But hey, at least I'm getting something local, or should be, right? I didn't fix the RPM fusion. they both were stuck. Were they? All right, we'll cancel this then. As we spend the next 20 minutes doing this, all right, let's. Okay. Entry equals FI. Please actually copy it to my clipboard. Mother. Clipboard, please. Control C. You're claiming you're updating it on display 0. Stop lying. Thank you. So many repos. I wonder if it's on a DNS resolving issue. No, I also run my own DNS server locally. And for everything else, it's fine. And the wife would be complaining about it too, DNS. A good hypothesis. Okay, we're on to the last one. Last file, hopefully. Okay. Ready to clean all. No files removed. Do an install. You also want KF5, K file metadata to val. Okay. I think I had only installed, well, I did run the command you gave me to install the KDE stuff. All the frameworks and frameworky bits. I should already have it. I could check. RPM, QA, K file metadata. Yeah, I have all of them. Well, I think the next time I stream, which will be not tomorrow, because I have like horseback riding stuff around this time. Tomorrow, it'll be on Tuesday probably. We're gonna convert this thing to Meson. It's gonna have its own problems, but I get the suspicion it'll still be better. We'll see. Haven't even gotten off the ground yet. I'm already changing the dang build system, right? I'm really puzzled by indexer.cpp, it says. And then HPP5. But we're not including it. And it goes here, track the HPP, which then goes here. It's like, I don't know. But Meson doesn't have QML support. Oh. Is this repo checked in GitHub? No, it isn't. Also, I don't even know, like, it generated all this crap, like this prefix.sh and all that. Should those be part of a git ignore? I feel like they should. Let me see if I check. at least, yeah, they're not committing it. Ignore. Why does mine have it? I think it just got, maybe it just got polluted with stuff. And it's because you have built in the source folders. Right. Got the manual. Can I do a make clean? I really want to risk that. We're gonna do this. Git commit the universe. And also, I need to do cmake. I'm gonna rerun the cmake thing. Cmake gas dot with no build directory, so it'll pollute this one. Maybe. I broke it. Oh, because it was doing, right, it was doing the fetch of the Tomo 11 thing. I don't have that in my Mason thing. I just wanted to see if that would fix my issue with pulling in Tomo. It doesn't, so actually I should rip it out. Let's do that in my root cmake. No, it's actually good. Then we're gonna do make and then we'll try and make clean. Happens. Yeah, it's fine. I don't really care for it. Yeah, it's just not cleaning it up. All right, if I just manually delete them. RM, I'm gonna delete the prefix, prefix.sh.fish. Actually, we're gonna do ** stat slash prefix. Well, that I'm gonna do rm desktop / cmake files. Bit cleaner. But just to hide this build, rcc and .qt. Universe. Cache list, that's fine. Let's rip that out. But now it's not going to link. We need to remove the link here. Hello. I need this .cmake for install. Or is that auto-generated? This looks auto-generated. No, I don't want to track those. Bruh. It's already in that thing. Fine. Get RM. I mean, I'm going to be blasting away this repo, actually, so it doesn't really matter. So I don't know why I'm spending all this time cleaning it up. Armtech rf.get. Get in it. We probably don't want .qt. Clang D we do want because that's for formatting. .rcc we probably don't want either. Bin we're not going to want. Delete that. Bin. Build. You have these QML types. I get the feeling that these aren't supposed to. QML types. That will mask those. For example, config. Includes there. Do I need the cmake cat? They don't include it, so it doesn't look like it. Yeah, okay. QML dir. Where is that? You file QML dir. Oh, we don't need that either. Let's see. Source. QML. No. That's been removed. This. Do I need the QRC files? Probably not. And I have to say, QCreator does a really terrible job at providing a default git ignore that's actually useful. They have mock. I don't have QRC though. QRC. That definitely should be included. QRC. Test file. This is looking more like it. Initial commit. It's a glob. So basically the current folder and any subfolders. Initial commit. Right. I have it locally. Do I want to actually? I do want it to still be in Koto repo though. But I would want it to be in a branch. Get checkout. I'll get remote. Add origin. Get checkout. And we're gonna call this 6. Get push. Now if I go over to Qt6, there is all this noise. Let me add the license file from the original so you guys don't get any funny ideas. Let's see. Popping here. Actually, what is the copying? Apache. Do we want it to be MIT? That is the question. Or MPL. What's the standard with you KDE people? And if you say GPL, I will end the stream immediately. MPL, thank God. Some frickin' standards. All right. How get MPL? How to download MPL? GPL or GPL? No, I'm not going with the GPL license. Hell no. KDE folks typically use GPL. MPL is probably more in line with what you want. We'll go with them. MPL 2.0. I want to download the thing. Reuse. Yeah. Copy. Yeah, I know what it is. Just give me a txt file I could download. Sudo dnf install reuse. Okay. So you want to burn another 5 minutes here. All right. I see how it is. Sudo dnf5 install reuse. I see how it is. You guys don't want me to end yet. I get it. Dude, I tried fixing it. What do you mean I don't want to fix it? I literally tried. I spent like 10 minutes on my stream changing things to country specification just to see if that would fix it. At this point, the only way I'll probably be able to fix is a complete reinstall. Now here, plain text. There we go. This is what I want. So we do rm copying. Yes. Move index copying. So now if I do copying. No, it's not that. Stop lying to me. Sorry, what? What is wrong with freaking text editors in general? Koto, Qt. Oh, because I fucking did it that way with the capital. Yeah. There we go. SPDX. I mean, that's what. Note the MPL is per license file. Is it? Let's see, header. Per file. File. Right. No, it says if it's not possible or desirable to put the notice in a particular file, then you may include the notice in a location such as a license file in a relevant directory. But I guess that's for other individuals, not us. As if you're distributing something. Add a notice file. Or put it in the README. Yeah, I mean, I haven't added a README, but sure. Let's README. README.md. Koto Qt. Work in progress. Implementation. Koto Qt6. Kirigami. Plus. License. Let's see. I'll just put licensed under the Mozilla Public License 2.0 MPL-2.0. What I can do actually is get commit dash amend, get squash, head 1, get rebase, head. Oh, head to listen here. Oh. Get rebase, interactive, head 1. Just want to squash it. This. Oh, do I have to do root because it's the initial commit? Now I should have this. No, that. I don't know what that was trying to do with this root. That was suggesting get root interactive root. There we go. Pick this and we're going to squash this one in. Now if I go over here, yes, there we go. I don't expect it to actually do anything yet, by the way. So, like, it barely had a UI. And then I was like, actually, before I start working on more of the UI, I'm going to work on everything else. The important content of it. Artist doesn't have anything yet. That's fine. I am about 40 minutes over time. But could fire it up in Qt Creator again. And see if it provides any useful insights. Or it could just use. Right. We have our includes, which it doesn't show in my source files. I don't know who in their right mind would ever want to use this, but okay. Desktop, here we go. Here's that TOML file. Okay. Then I go to like indexer. Thinking hard about life. Back.hpp. This is where it was. So here it finds it just fine. So Z, it was having issues. So why is it able to find it? What about Visual Studio Code? Shall we try it out there? Might as well, right? Let's see. I'm going to go to what file? Track.hpp. Oh, it fails to find it here. So VS Code is unable to find it. Do I have? I might have it. C-line. I do have it. Yeah, let's try C-line as well. Let's see if it actually launches. I get the feeling it's not going to. Just open up the toolbox. JetBrains. All right, let's update. We'll update C-line. And Rust Rover while we're at it. That has that white window border. That's just the lab WC server side decorations. All right. In theory, we could launch this. I feel like it wants to launch. Maybe try open the file windows. Yeah. That's a brilliant idea. Why didn't I ever think about that? Now I can't close toolbox. Now, oh, it finally opened. It just took an eternity. Okay. You're Wayland native now. Yeah, well, we'll see if, God, why does it keep on? Let's see. Let's see. Code. Koto. It's a cmake project. Oh my God, stop opening over here. Oh, I have window decorations now. Incredible. They fixed it. I'm able to actually use it. on editing or other cmake. Reload cmake project on editing. External changes will always trigger project reload. Sure, why not? Enable. Yeah, let's go for it. Incomplete generator. Off to a great start there. Let's see. If I load up desktop. And then Datalake track. If I hover over it, is it going to show? If I go F12. File does not belong to any project target. I don't care. F5. No. Does the watch thing for you. Yeah. I'm trying to hover over it to see if like it's going to show a tooltip. It was not able to generate the build target. I can't find anything. Failed to reload. Fantastic. So it doesn't work here or here. But it works in Qt Creator, my favorite editor of all time. Like, you can't, look at this. You can't even do splitting. I can't drag, who uses this trash? So bad. What about Kate or Kdevelop? Let's see. Do I have Kate? No, do I have Kdevelop? I do not. All right. Time to kill another 5 minutes. All right, let's go. We can cancel this operation. Sudo dnf5 install Kate and Kdevelop. Okay. Get some stretches in. Oh, you know. Don't want to be sitting here for too long. I was using the standing desk a bit. Oh. You know, work on that shoulders, you know, rotate them, right? Stretch the old arms. Go get a coffee, though. It's a bit late for a coffee, but I woke up in time for everything to be over. That's all right. Come on. I believe it. It'll happen eventually. Went to sleep at midnight, woke up at 8. Really eat bacon and eggs on Sunday. Decided to abide by the keep it simple. I woke up at like 8:30 and was like, no, I woke up at 7:30. Managed to fall back asleep, but then woke up at like 8:15, 8:30. Was like, I am not getting up yet. I refuse. No, I'm on my vacation. I should be sleeping in. This is ridiculous. What are you doing, body? And so I laid in bed. Couldn't fall back asleep. That was great. Oh, there we go. Let's install. Like the install operation, like you can see, like it blows through it. Like, it's already done installing. Woke up at midnight, finally went back to sleep before. Oh, damn. That's not good. Let's try Kdevelop first. Alright. We have Kdevelop. Now, if this... I would have woken up at a normal time if someone didn't Koto attack me. Yeah. Alright, if this doesn't work, then truly we are doomed. So let's... Is it a file? Project? Why can't I just open a folder? Why does that have to be a project? Alright. It's a cmake project. It's empty. Yeah, I know. That's good. Selected build directory is empty. I know. That's not a problem. How about you just fucking make it? Or is it complaining that's not empty? It's not empty. Who cares? Blow it away. Fine. You know, I'll do it myself, Kdevelop. Strobl, Koto Q. It's like, sorry, the directory exists. You want to delete it? I don't know. We'll never find out. Okay. It's not empty anymore. It literally doesn't exist. Do I have to now remake it? Do I have to handhold you again by making the directory? Or do you just, it's too confused? Reopen. Creating a new build directory. Oh, okay. Wow, you managed it this time. Failed to configure from the start. Fantastic. Oh. Fix this issue. Ensure your cmake files are correct. Right click on the project and do reload. Okay, well, how about if I open up desktop, please show all my files. Includes, hey, Kdevelop did something right there. All right, so we're able to open this up. Okay. It can't be found. Nice. Add solution, add custom include path. But it's user include. I'm not sure what the issue is. It's weird that it works in some, not others. Oh well. That sounds like a problem for Tuesday. Am I right? We have tried Z, VS Code, Qt Creator, Kdevelop. Would fire up in Kate, but I feel like Kate's gonna do the same thing. Let's fire up in Kate. Open folder. Yes, it's exactly what I want. I just want to open a folder. I don't need anything. I don't need it to be smarter. It just opens it. Okay. We go Datalake back. You want the LSP to be restarted or to be started. Yes, I also want you to stop hiding my mouse for some. It also fails on that. It hurt itself in confusion related to vector. Standard string, it really is confused by. Isn't it vector? Apparently is opening up an old tab on a completely different instance of Firefox. Yeah, defined in header vector. I just tried this locally on my machine with Kdevelop. It worked. Kdevelop, open project, select Koto, open. Yeah. You don't for me. So I guess it's good that it's working on your machine and not the developer's machine. That's exactly how I make progress. All right. So I'm so happy to announce that this project has been formally handed off to Neil. Neil, of course, you know, he has infinite amounts of free time apparently. And given the fact that this is able to run on his machine, I think it's only fair that he continue its development. So Neil, I very much look forward to trying out any future alphas and betas of Koto that you have to bring. Yeah, Neil could do it perfectly. Yeah, exactly. What's funny is it's showing genres here correctly, but with the genres here, it's like, I don't know what to do with those. But then this one it's having an issue with. It is. It's quite something. Markard says it could just hear yelling at the screen. No, I definitely can. I have to make money and go to conferences. Yeah. He makes all of his money so that way he could spend it on going to 400 conferences a year. Let's see, solution indexer.hpp. That was CPP is what it's complaining about. Wait, does this not have side by side? How do people work when they're not able to actually display files side by side? Like what? What the? Okay, well, at least I know there's a degree of inconsistency here. It takes money to make money, doesn't it? Kdevelop calls it split view. So we could access it from the window menu. Window. So I first have to split it and then I guess open up something in that split when it's focused. But I can't right click and split. I can't drag something into this area to auto split. Okay. Qt iterator not found. But it exists. It could be found in Kate. Why can't Kdevelop find it? Oh man. This is quite something. Try deleting the whole directory and then reopen the project. Okay, that seems like a good bet. We're gonna close all these everywhere. Goodbye VS Code. Let's see. Goodbye nested compositor. Let's see. And then let's delete the universe. RM tech RF Koto Qt. Well, on the plus side, what I could do is actually CD into Koto. Oh, I should rename that to main. And then get batch Qt6, get check out Qt6. It's open here. Kill the watch thing. Have this. Kill that as well. Close out JetBrains just to be sure. Ah, thanks for letting me know finally that it was installed. Helpful. Doesn't matter now. Yeah. This time, well, I'm not gonna be switching it. Yeah, we'll just open up Z normally. Why do I have two Zs? Oh, because it installed the non-nightly version. Boo. Lab WC Z. Let's this. We do it on this screen. That. Open recent. Doesn't remember that exists. Cool. Open remote folder. No. Just want to open a normal folder. Open a new. Here we are. Let's see. Go Datalake, back. CMake project. I know it's not empty. I don't care. Just blast it away. What a terrible user experience. Like, it's just like, why does it even matter? Just let me pick it, you know? Why does it have to be empty for you? Change it to build 2. Doesn't know what's in there. That sounds like my responsibility, you know? Like, why do we got a bubble wrap everything? Oh, it works. It works in Kdevelop. It doesn't work here in Z. Oh, but I don't want to use Kdevelop. I'm sorry, but like, the workflow of it. What I could probably do is see with, yeah, it's probably with how it's configuring Clang. Is there a way I could debug the Clang stuff that it's doing? They both use Clang D, yeah. Well, now if you try in VS Code again. It's broken here too. But I noticed it's not picking up on the Clang D file. But I don't have, like, I only had the standard C, the standard C++20 in there. But I could delete it and see. Start. language server. Yeah, it's just busted. Well, at least at least I know this code is correct, yeah? Let's see, what problems are there? I execute. We'd like to build. Yeah, at least it works. Okay. It doesn't compile, but that's fine. Oh no, there's no command palette. I have to click up. Do I have to click up here? Oh god, is it gonna try printing? What is it trying to do? That doesn't do anything for quick open. Okay. Cool. This is no longer responsive, so something must have popped up somewhere. And that's cool. Okay. I can't even close Kdevelop now. Just continue. And removed from the session, whatever. Whatever you want to do, Kdevelop. There's nothing in the project. Okay, so it just blew up. Cool. Very cool. There we go. Now can I build it? Okay. This quick open, okay, this quick open does something Control P doesn't. Control P does something else. What did their Control P do? That. Hopefully not print. Oh, it does. Okay, so if it tried firing up a print dialog somewhere. Every other editor at this point has Control P set to open files and like Shift Control P for a palette. But no, not Kdevelop. Kdevelop, we're printing code. That's what people care about. Good old printing code. Can I drag? No, I can't. This is not a usable experience for me. I'm hoping it's usable for somebody. Unfortunately, not for me. So this is complaining about undefined references to Koto UI preferences. Undefined references. All right. Koto UI preferences is here. UI prefs.hpp is here. But we're not including it. Uh-oh. Okay. I think I'm done for today. That was a sign from the coding gods. And by coding, I mean coding starting with a K. The Kdevelop coding gods. So, yeah. Next stream will be sometime on Tuesday, probably. Tuesday or Wednesday. Keep an eye on my Mastodon. And we will continue working on this and I'll see if I could get Clang D sorted between that point. Probably not. But yeah, so keep an eye out on my Mastodon or my YouTube if you've subscribed. And be sure to subscribe because that way you can know when I'm going live and all that. So that is going to be it for me. Thank you everybody that tuned in. All the help that was provided, of course. Hopefully we'll continue making good progress on this. It was very interesting to first see that, oh, hey, maybe we should use Baloo. And then, oh, let's take a look at this app that people thought used Baloo, and it turns out it doesn't use Baloo anymore because of so many issues with it. I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess I'm just going to start working on my internal indexer this time. And then discovering that there's all sorts of magic that you could do with the Qt C++ classes related to directory iteration and stuff. Really cool. And I look forward to continuing to learn all the magical, mysterious ways of Qt, QML, and we'll see if we can make something really high quality here. But first, baby stuff. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend and a good start of your week. And I will see you on the next one. So, goodbye. Peace.